Yo. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you can hear me all good. Let's just double check. Are we coming through? I think we are, yeah. Yep. Let me just double check if we've got transcoding options as well. Yep, sweet. Bring that down a bit. Hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. Hey, yo, guys, if you're watching on YouTube, be sure to drop a like on the stream. It's very much appreciated. If you're watching on the short stream, if you touch and hold the screen for 2 seconds, if you're on mobile, you can like the video that way. And if you're not, well, if you are and you're not on mobile, hop over to the full screen stream, should I say. Let me give you a link actually for that, for anybody who might want it. Where are we? Give me a second. Which one is it? Wrong one. There we go. I'll give you a link for Twitch and YouTube actually. Where are we? Hope everybody's had a good weekend as well. Oh, it's Jova as well, isn't he? Joe Biden stepped down as well. Big news. I'll put that there as well. Alright, just pin that. Awesome. Lovely jubbly. Yeah, hopefully everybody's had a good weekend. You been up to much? I was going to get live a little bit early today, but me and Rosie decided to go on Merry Hill. Go get some food, do a little bit of shopping. And then, to be fair, I've just been procrastinating for the last few hours, chilling really, so no excuses. We're going to play some more Throne on Liberty again this evening. I do need to try and get some dailies done on Wuthering Waves and Zenless also, so we'll try and see if we can squeeze that in after we've watched some videos and reacted to some stuff in the space. Give me a second though before we do start. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I think it was only a matter of time with Joe, wasn't he? For him to make the move. We need to get back on some PGR as well at some point. I do really want to give that game a proper try. What the frick is this? New video as well went up today, guys. You can definitely check it out. I will have some videos going up tomorrow as well. There'll be no stream tomorrow daytime. I might try and squeeze one out to the evening. I might try and see if I can get a cheeky one out in the afternoon, actually, but it'll be a short one. We're gonna go physio at 3:30, so it's gonna be pushing it. So it might just be an evening one, but I am going swimming as well tomorrow evening, so we'll try and work around it, but we'll get some videos up, and we'll definitely be back at it Tuesday. 2 seconds. We'll get this thing started. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. I ain't gonna mess around, man. We're gonna get straight into this. Check out some shizzle, shall we? Alright, switch over. Dude, it's freaking warm in my room today. Got the AC on and it's still a bit spicy, man. Bit spicy. Alright then. Get shut up. Alright, let's check this video out from Styx then, shall we? Another Styx video. They're finally releasing Azure, Premiere, Project Mugen, Arknights, Enfield, Global. Are we actually getting some info on release dates here? I haven't actually heard anything, but to be fair, I do get a lot of info off Styx, actually. Stuff that I don't even know about. So, yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
We have some big Azure, Premiere, Arknights, Enfield, and Project Mugen information to discuss.
Let's go.
These were streamed on separate days. If you're interested in remaining up to date with stuff like this, then I urge you to come on over and watch me on Twitch.
Yeah, I must admit, Styx is a massive Kuma, but he does have lots of videos with info that I just didn't know about because I've said multiple times, I don't really delve too much in community stuff and go searching for stuff, so it's always good to have creators like Styx. You should definitely go check him out, show some love, drop a sub if you want to have a bunch of different gacha game news, actually, not just a couple. He does pretty much everything.
I stream every single week, several times per week, reacting to a ton of stuff and playing new games. These 3 separate instances are going to be cut together.
Dude, though, I think these 3 I am really looking forward to. As of now, I'd say Neverness to Everness is like, it's at the top of my most anticipated gacha games now. It's just like, I just think they smashed it with that trailer. I think people were right, there's things that need working on it, but I just think they absolutely smashed it out the park with that trailer. But I am still very much looking towards forward towards Azure, Premiere, Project Mugen, when we hopefully get some more info, and Arknights, Enfield as well. I think the reason why Premiere isn't my top, I think it's just because it's another fantasy setting, which I am totally cool with. But we have got Genshin, and we do have Wuthering Waves. It's like, that's why I think Neverness to Everness is kind of like at the top now, because just the setting and the premise is just a little bit more interesting to me now, because it's a little bit different, I guess.
I'll have timestamps down in the description below if you're interested in navigating to whichever game you're interested in. But we have a ton to talk about, so let's just go ahead and jump right in.
Let's go.
Shalin Azure Premiere. Oh, this person on Reddit created a thread explaining.
I think I did see something about this on Twitter, actually.
When Azure Premiere is releasing, the release date expectation being 2025. Okay. When in 2025, we're going to get into that. So
we still got quite a bit of time to wait then, to be fair.
His first point here, Chinese game approval policy. Games developed in China, called domestic, or in other countries called foreign or imported, must have a game version number, which works similarly to the number you see on the back of a book, which is the ISBN. Here's an image showcasing what he means. This is the ISBN. This identifies the country or language of the group, the publisher identifier, the ID this ID's the...
What identifies the date there?
The title, edition, and format, and this is the check digit. The policy is lengthy and strict. The developer must submit at least a 10-minute automatic demo, which looks like the first trailer PV, which makes sense because if you guys recall, the trailer that we got for the game was about 15 minutes long. And if you think about it, the gameplay demo, the gameplay trailer for Neverness to Everness was also like 13 minutes long. So it makes sense that these automatic demos are created with the intention of releasing globally because they...
Okay, I guess that makes sense then. I want to go back and watch some more stuff as Azure Premiere, actually. I haven't watched enough. I've only seen little bits, and I was blown away and really interested from what I have seen. But I definitely need to check out some more. I'm really intrigued on how the combat's going to work, because it seems to go like kind of semi-instance in a way. I don't know if that's all the time, but it seems like that kind of happens. Like everything else kind of like despawns while you're fighting what you're fighting. It almost looks like there's a little... force field or barrier around the area that you're fighting in as well.
Need to showcase this to the Chinese government ahead of time. Makes complete sense. Here is an example of the demo submission. The developer must submit all scripts, dialogue, text, storyboard, etc. The developer must then submit all related packs, the map, copyright, payment functions, menu functions, missing content, character personalities, version names, subtitles. Dude, they are crazy in China, aren't they?
I was gonna say, dude, they are strict, man. To be fair though, I like that. You know, they're making sure they're crossing their T's and dotting their I's, which is great to see. Doesn't mean the game still won't be garbage, because there's plenty of trash that comes out of there. But it's good to see that they're expecting developers to actually do some work before they're allowed to really go through the process of beginning to get to that point of launching a game.
Holy crap, that is absolutely psychotic. However, there is a small additional notice at the very end. The applicant fails to operate domestically within 1 year from the date of approval. The applicant shall report to the Ministry of Culture for record and explain the reasons. If it decides to terminate the import, the Ministry of Culture will revoke its import approval number.
And that's like, come before your master.
Azure Premilia approval date. When last we heard, the approval date for Azure Premilia was October 2024. So people were speculating at the time the game was going to release by October 2024. I was
going to say, I must admit, I was kind of expecting it to be at some point this year, but thinking about it now, from what with the lack of what we've seen, or what we've only seen, it probably makes sense that 2025 is more likely. It just seems so far away, but you know what? We're halfway through the year now. It'll be around in no time, won't it?
Premilia approval date. The latest information remains the same. The modified approval date for Azure Premilia has changed. They have modified the approval for 2024 to the 25th of January 2024. We have a definitive date that.
So where's this coming from, the modified approval dates? Because it's not coming from that freaking barcode, that ISBN or whatever it is that showed. Is this coming through the Ministry of Culture, like, reports, or where's this coming from?
That Azure Premilia needs to be released by the 25th of January. I'm assuming he means 25th of January 2025 here. So yeah. What does that mean? It means that the game must be released as late as the 25th of January 2025, which
so they're talking about when it was given approval from the Ministry of Culture. Okay, that makes sense now, yeah.
It's a pretty date in my opinion. So the 25th of January 2025, the game needs to be released by. It cannot release January 20.
So this is probably why a lot of these games do, obviously there's other reasons as well, launch in China first, because they probably make these applications. Maybe sometimes they go a little bit too early in them. Realize, damn, we need to get the game out now, or it's potentially going to cost us a lot more money to release a little bit later. So they get the game out, gets a little bit of a test bed in China, acts as sort of kind of like a global beta, becomes a real money cash cow for them as well, because, you know, CN spends a lot of cash. And then that's why we probably get a lot of these later global releases as well. Kind of makes sense, actually.
2025.
It's probably not the only reason, but I would imagine it's probably quite a large reason of why a lot of these do launch in China first. Because it has to be a domestic launch within that date. It doesn't have to be global launch. So
it cannot release February, March, or April in 2025, which means this is essentially, again, this is carrying on from the speculation that players had that the game was releasing in October 2024. So this is, well, not a definitive conclusion, not a definitive announcement from Manju themselves.
I was going to say, this is totally just somebody as well admitting that this is in their opinion. So, you know, there's not really any sources other than the assumption that they applied at a certain date, which I'm not too sure if that's information that's public. That's interesting.
As close
it's not
as we're
too
get
far away.
For
if
now.
it was coming out October, we're only talking a few months, aren't we?
If you notice, I wrote the modified approval date. That's what Manju exploited. Oversimplified, the Chinese government will recheck if the content of the game changes significantly, so the game enters another approval process. Then a new approval date is assigned. So basically what they can do is they can make alterations to the game if they're not ready, and then they can have the release date kind of pushed back. Let's take a look at the newest data. Okay, so here's where I'm assuming it begins to get juicy. Azure Premilia approval information. The first column here is the index number. The second column is the game name, in this case Azure Premilia. Third column is the platform, in this case mobile and PC, although they did also confirm this is releasing on the PS5. The fourth column is the review department, in this case.
Dude, it seems like all of these Chinese gacha games do just totally skip Xbox. Now, I don't know if that's like a corporate political thing going on between China and America, but it's kind of crazy that none of these games are even considering coming to Xbox. I don't know if it's more on Microsoft's side or it's more on the Chinese government side, but it's kind of crazy that they're launching everywhere but the Xbox. Like, they all seem to be doing this, don't they? Just totally skipping releasing on the Xbox. Kind of crazy.
Is Shanghai Scientific and Technical Literature Public.
Then again, though, the PlayStation is a bigger launch market, but I do feel like these games probably wouldn't do so well on the Xbox anyway. But I feel like, you know, Xbox is screaming out for games in general, really. You know, it makes sense if they did come onto the Xbox. Can you get Genshin and Star Rail on Xbox? I'm not even sure. I don't know.
Publishing house. The fifth and sixth column are changes. In this case, modify the game name from Blue Twin Star Journey Ballad to Azure Premilia. The seventh column is the approval.
Okay, that name is definitely better. Again, I still think Nevernice to Evernice needs to change its name. I don't know, man. Just call it Nevernice or Evernice or I don't know, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of Nevernice to Evernice.
Number, which is 2023.
I know we can call it NT, but even that sounds kind of weird.
The original approval year is 2023. So Azure Premilia was actually.
Oh, okay. All right then. So yeah, there we go. We do have public information that the game was approved in 2023. So that means then, unless they are working around this in some way or they've actually reapproached this ministry, then 2024 should be the release date. So there's still the potential of it coming out this year then, right? Unless they're going to give us some more information as to why they think that's not the case, because they didn't really give us the information here, did they? Interesting.
Slated to release in 2023. Oh wait, oh my god. So Azure Premilia was theoretically gonna release before Wuthering Waves and Zenless Zone Zero. That is crazy. I wonder what happened that pushed the release back. Is it just that the game?
I would imagine it's just a typical development process. That I think most games end up releasing after what they really want to, even if it's not publicly announced. I would imagine they've got internal dates that they're looking at getting towards, and they just rarely hit them. Game development is a hard sector to work in, and as games get bigger, I think that just it's more and more, you know, a thing that games just end up being missing the mark, should I say, in terms of launches.
Game wasn't ready. Is it that they like what alterations needed to be made or introduced into the game that pushed it back potentially 2 years? I wonder what would have happened to Wuthering Waves and Zenless.
2 years. Well, that's if it comes out in 2025, I guess. But that was saying the approval year was 2023, though, wasn't it? So that would mean that it had a year to launch. So it would make sense that 2024 was the launch window. If it comes out in January 2025, then it's only a year late, right? Or am I missing something here?
If Premilia released in 2023, how much success would it have garnered? Would WuWa have done worse? Would Honkai Star Rail not have done as good? A genuine question.
Well, I think that's total. We don't, like, you know, conjecture, isn't it? Because the game might be trash. We don't know. You know, I think Star Rail would have been absolutely fine. Wuthering Waves, different answer there because it's not Huyo. Star Rail's Huyo, and it's a different game altogether. So it's really, obviously, they're all competing with each other, but a turn-based JRPG is competing less with an open-world action RPG than Wuthering Waves, isn't it? Really. So I think both Star Rail and Zenless still would have done fine because at the end of the day, they are Huyo games, and with that name attached to them, they're gonna do well anyway, aren't they?
That's crazy. The 8th column is the new approval time, called Approval Modified Date, which is January 25th, 2024. Conclusion, Manju can release the game on the 25th of January 2025, or they can change some stuff and request more like being demanded a new approval, because we do have to go through a beta test phase, and if people aren't happy with the test, they can make alterations to the game and then have it pushed back a few more months. Okay, looking at the current pace, Azure Premilia shouldn't enter the first closed beta in August, which pushes the earliest date to mid-September. The first beta test should be pretty narrowed and last around 2 weeks. The Echo test, the second closed beta, should open as early as November, which lasts around 3 to 4 weeks. The third beta test should run as...
Where's this information coming from? Like, is this somebody with insider information here, or is this all just total assumptions going off what other games do? Because a lot of this just seems to be someone, like, citing stuff with some sources with some of the stuff, but kind of the rest of it just seems to be what they think's going to happen.
As early as the beginning of January 2025 and lasts only 2 weeks. The third week will be the 1.0 patch PV hype. Then the game will be released globally on the 25th of January. That is the earliest possible schedule. Manju can pull together or can pull another approval request to push the release date further. However, the latest date should be mid-2026. That's crazy. I don't think, I'm going to be honest, I don't think Azure Familia will do as good if it releases in mid-20.
Yeah, I don't think either. I think the hype will totally have died down then. I would imagine, you know, we'll have out Nevernice to Evernice. Wuthering Waves will really be, if it does well, there'll be multiple updates in. You know, we'll probably be sitting at what, 3 point whatever or something by then. If Genshin's still going, I think there'll be a potential that there'll be another Hoyo game on the horizon there, if not already out. So yeah, 2026, if he comes out then, I feel like the game's kind of maybe dead on arrival, if I'm honest, because I just think there'll be stuff on the horizon that will just make it kind of look old in a way, if I'm honest.
2026. The reason being, I think every new open world game that comes out is slowly going to eat away at players' patience. I think it is slowly going to begin to fatigue players, because you know how popular Marvel was with like Thor, Iron Man, Captain America.
I agree. I don't know if that analogy is going to be the best one, but I do agree with that. We were talking about this with open world games being an issue within a lot of genres, not just in the gacha genre. I think there's only space for a couple, and people will continue to stay invested in those ones, and maybe the odd one here and there will be able to pop up and do well. But I think they'll have to be quite different, and that's why I think that's why, personally for me, I'm quite looking forward to Nevernice to Evernice, because it's another open world game, but it's different to the other ones within the gacha space, because it's not going down the fantasy route, it's going down that sci-fi fantasy urban route though. So, you know, in a way, getting around the world and what you're doing is more akin to something like GTA in that sense. Obviously, it's not GTA, but you know what I mean? Whereas, like, I think another 3 or 4 open world fantasy games that kind of look like Genshin and Wuthering Waves at that point are going to be like, okay, this is nothing new here, unless it just does it so much better and the world's interesting enough to the point where it's not so much of a negative. But I think as you get further and further into an open world game, the open world itself kind of becomes a big detraction from the gameplay, in my opinion. That's why, obviously, you have fast travel points, because, you know, developers know that gamers get tired of traveling over the same old spaces in the game just to get to things that they need to do over and over again, especially with these kinds of games, because you're spending a lot of time going from A to B to C to farm, to go back to this area, to maybe synthesize materials, and then go back and farm another material, and then to do this boss over and over again, and stuff's not always right next to a fast travel point, so then you have to do that little bit of midway travel, and it becomes really frustrating sometimes, doesn't it?
And how each Avengers movie did progressively better. The cinematic universe grew and grew, and then people just became overwhelmed. They became bored, and there was like superhero fatigue. I think that's happening right now as well. I think after Wuthering Waves, people have begun to realize that they're not necessarily as interested in exploring another open world. They explored an open world in Genshin. They explored an open world in Wuthering Waves.
I think this happened in the normal game market as well, if that's the right word to use. That we had that period where everybody wanted to make an open world game to try and compete with like your Grand Theft Autos, your Red Dead Redemptions, and they just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and that was the main selling point of these games. And even if it wasn't the main selling point, that it were way bigger than this game, it just become, you got fatigued on it, that same thing of like, well, I've done this already, and if it's just not much better, and I mean much better, people aren't interested. Something like Red Dead Redemption, though, smashes it because of how interesting and alive the world is. That's why I was saying before, if games are really gonna try and add longevity to an open world, it has to be at those sort of levels that Rockstar do, and you're not going to get that out of a gacha game. It's just not happening.
They've explored an open world in Tower of
It's
Fantasy.
not happening.
Do they want to explore another open world in Project Mugen? Do they want to explore another open world in Arknights Enfield? Do they want to explore another open world in...
Saying that, though, Arknights seem like they're going down a little bit more of a segregated instance open world, where it's like smaller sections, so I think there'll be less fatigue with that, if I'm honest, and they can maybe make those little smaller areas more dense and more enjoyable to get around.
Azure Familia, do they want to explore another open world in Nevernice to Everness? Do they want to explore, like, there's only so much time we have as gamers, and so many massive open worlds we're willing to explore. So if they release back, like, all the way back in 2026, they're going to release after Nevernice to Everness, they're going to release after Project Mugen, they're probably going to release after Arknights Enfield, and it's going to do significantly worse than...
Do we know that they're going to release after Project Mugen, though? Like, is Project Mugen still a thing? It's mentioned he's going to talk about in this video, But we got that trailer and they've gone totally radio silent. Like, when the hell is that happening?
It would do
I really feel like Neverness to Everness has stole
released,
Project Mutant Thunder now.
January 2025, which is their projected release date right now. Before we talk about anything else, I want to take a moment to thank my incredible patrons over on Patreon and my YouTube channel members who allow for me to continue to do dedicated videos like this every single day. You guys are phenomenal, and I can't thank you all enough for the support. Now let's keep going. There was a leak over on Twitter from the Arknight's Chinese info dump, 31,000 followers. In an article about a game engine expert who had previously worked as a senior lead engineer for Ubisoft joining Hypergriff, the author was informed by someone who has connections with Hypergriff that Hypergriff has plans to release Arknight's Enfield in mid-2025. That is about a year from now, potentially sooner than a year from now. That is great news. It's gonna join the likes of Azure Premilia, potentially Mugen.
I feel like, I don't know when we first heard about Arknight's Enfield, but I feel like we've been hearing about that for quite a while now. Like, I was kind of expecting some of these games to be coming a little bit earlier. I know game development takes a while, but I don't know, when I'm here in 2025, I'm thinking, man, even though it'll be round in no time, I was expecting some of these games to be like maybe Q4 2024. Latest maybe Q1 2025, so the idea they're going to be mid 2025.
Neverness to Everness. 2025 is probably going to be like 2024 was a big year. Zenless Zone Zero, Solo Leveling Arise, Wuthering Waves. 2025 is going to be an even bigger year than 2024. Now let's go check out the article specifically. This is in Chinese.
So 2025 sounds like it is going to be the year that the fatigue's going to hit, because we're going to be getting what? Potentially 3 big hitters in the open world gacha space. Those guys are going to really be competing against each other. And also, if Wuthering Waves continues to keep doing well, that's going to be really up and on its feet then, isn't it? So they're going to have to deal with potentially another massive IP that's obviously not going to be Genshin level, but like, you know, might be kind of up there.
It's translated into English. Hypergriff's product line is too single. The company's revenue is completely supported by Arknight. That is true. From 2019 to 2023. Of course, despite only one product, Hypergriff has been the ACG company with the highest annual revenue in China, except for MiHoYo in the past few years. That's also understandable. Arknight is a monolith in China. However, this pattern will be broken this year. The launch of games like Love and Deep Space in China, which has earned like 30 million plus every month, and it's a complete husbando collection game by Paper Games, and the Naruto game by Kudo will allow them to...
I was going to say, wait. Kudo make the Naruto game? I know that, I don't know, is that one that's coming out? Because I know there's a Naruto game, I think kills it on the monthly charts, doesn't he? I could be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure there is.
Further gain a number of core users while also increasing the company's revenue and brand influence. The buyout game from Stardust, launched by Hypergriff in February this year, did not receive a good response. I remember that game. I was interested in playing it, but then I didn't. I didn't even hear about that one. I think because you had to buy it, which also had a certain negative impact on Hypergriff's reputation. Most importantly, from Stardust exposed the shortcomings of Hypergriff's accumulation of 3D technology, which also made the market and players worry about the future of Arknight's Enfield. This is actually taken from X Asterisk, which is the game that they were talking about here from Stardust. It's actually called X Asterisk in English. I thought the character models in that game looked great though. Someone close to Hypergriff Network told the author that Hypergriff has plans to launch Arknight's Enfield around mid-2025, but there is indeed some pressure on the project progress. That is not good to hear. There is pressure when it comes to pushing the game out. They are under pressure to launch the game.
Yeah, it's never anything you want to hear, really. Of course, you want that's either the development's coming along a lot slower than expected, or people are starting to meddle in trying to get the game pushed for other reasons, but neither really ends in a good product for the gamers, really.
Before the game is ready. That is not information we want to hear. Tower of Fantasy was pushed out before it was ready. Look what happened to that. They need to make sure they take their time with the release of Enfield. Make sure it is polished before releasing it, otherwise it will fail. We do not need more potential successful games to suffer from being rushed to release. Judging from the performance of the previous technical test of Arknight's Enfield, the game has achieved a good degree of completion, mainly in terms of character expressions, character movements, fabric materials, etc. There is still room for further improvement. That is true, but that is why We have beta tests, which they've only had, I think, one up until this point. I think in terms of character,
that sounds like, you know, a good degree of completion in character. You know, that's a small part of the game, though. What about the world? What about the gameplay? What about combat? What about all the other mechanics that connect all that sort of stuff together as well?
expressions, though, there's going to be a lot of room for competition here. Zenless and WuWa both have insane expressive characters and character movements. Okay, I know you can't actually see a lot of what's being said here because of my big ass face, so I'm just gonna read it out to you guys, okay? Hey, investigators, we're looking to recruit participants who can communicate in English, not in Chinese, in English, for a text interview to gather expectations from other players, to gather opinions on the game. The entire communication will be done through text chat and will take approximately 1 hour. We'll allow more players the opportunity to participate in this. We'll open a registration form. Interested players can fill this out, and we will confirm the interview time with you via private message. If there are too many applicants, it may take time for us to get back to you. We apologize for any inconvenience and appreciate your understanding and cooperation. Now, recently I did a video titled What Happened to Project Mugen, where I went over what happened to Project Mugen and how they went completely silent after announcing that they were releasing, that they had a functional game that they were working towards releasing. It's been, what, 6 months, a year since they first confirmed their game was an actual game, and the silence has caused a lot of people to feel like the game is...
Dude, the silence has been deafening. Like, I've heard so many rumors about the game was cancelled. I heard people saying that their theory was that Neverness to Everness is Project Mugen, that somehow their IP was acquired in the back, you know, in private, and now, but obviously I think that would be public information for people to maybe garner, especially Chinese outlets that would probably have become public now, I would imagine. But yeah, I've heard that it's Neverness to Everness now, and I think that's just more that a lot of people seeing the similarities probably. But yeah, there's been a lot of people saying they think the game's just been cancelled, which would be kind of crazy to me, because 5 million pre-registrations off the first trailer is insane, and I feel like that's just waiting to be an absolute money printing machine for them if they do it right. So it's you don't know the financial situations these companies are in, and you know whether or not they can actually make it happen, I guess.
Isn't even real anymore, but as of the last 48 hours, it's the 18th when this was posted at 11:44 p.m. in the evening, they are going to be doing English interview where they will go over what player expectations are, what players' general opinion.
See, that sort of stuff for me though, that seems like the game is very far away then, or it's something totally different to what people actually expected. It seems weird that after a year of showing us that trailer that they're going to start asking these sort of questions, unless maybe they just want to gather ideas of what people are thinking about the game so they can, you know, put together promotional material that might capture what the community's expecting of the game. Potentially, it might be a smart move, you know, to try and garner what people are thinking, and then be like, okay, let's try and tailor the next information drop to that. Maybe sounds like that's probably what they're going to be doing. But it just feels weird that a year later they're finally doing something like this. Kind of crazy.
Opinions on the game are. This is
I wonder if the game's had like a huge hit a huge snag in development.
To take an hour. There's going to be, in theory, a lot more information revealed about the game. There is, or probably won't be, anything pertaining to gameplay. Unfortunately, I don't see anything listed in this Discord message about future trailers,
As when did this happen? On the 18th. So when did we get the Neverness to Everness trailer? That was what, 3-4 days ago. So is this a reaction to that trailer maybe? Because I said, in my opinion, I feel like Neverness to Everness has usurped all of the hype for Project Mugen in my opinion. Well, it has for me anyway. Like, I was looking forward to Project Mugen after that initial trailer, but like now I'm like, that's my main game in terms of this space that I'm looking forward to, is Neverness to Everness. So I wonder if it's like oh, okay, we've got to start moving now and maybe starting to build the hype, even if we necessarily haven't got something to show off, that we can potentially maybe start drip feeding some info potentially.
Footage, but That's okay. We saw what they had to offer, and honestly, it was very good. Now, what's more important than a new trailer is actual concrete information. Things like beta test dates, how close we are to getting a beta test, potential release windows, if there have been any drastic alterations that have been made to the game.
I feel like that's what's going to happen. I've got the expectation that this game's going to look very different to the initial trailer, in my opinion. I do now. I feel like as well with Neverness to Everness, they're probably going to try and pivot and move away from it. Potentially, I don't know. But yeah, I've got a feeling there's going to be big changes to the game, and maybe it's going to be a lot smaller than what we initially thought it was going to be.
If the only reason they're doing this is as a direct response to Neverness to Everness, because that's what it feels like, right? You guys all agree with this? They've been silent for the entirety of the year.
Right. Absolute radio silence. Neverness to Everness drop an absolute banger. I don't care what anybody says, in my opinion. Banger trailer. Showing off a bunch of gameplay, showing off the world, showing off all these different awesome mechanics. In my opinion, really cool models. Pretty decent combat as well. I really like the combat. Other people are not so into it. I pretty much liked everything about that trailer, if I'm honest. And then this happened, so it's definitely a response to that.
Neverness to Everness announces their release, or announces that they're in fact creating what Project Mugen was supposedly creating. Yep. And literally within like 48 hours, Project Mugen are already considering addressing all of the issues that players had with the silence and where they've been, what they've been doing.
And even if they don't show us any gameplay, maybe even just some stills, you know, just some images, drop some images, drop some character designs, a little bit of something, you know, like another little teaser. Doesn't even have to show much, but just, you know, start building that hype, because I just feel like the game's been totally forgot about.
In a big, very long interview. This is not a coincidence, right? Like, I'm not the only one that thinks it's not a coincidence, right? Don't want Mugen to be rushed due to Neverness to Everness. Exactly. Neverness to Everness is probably going to release at some point in 2025, which means if Mugen wants to release their game first.
Dude, I've got the feeling, I genuinely have the feeling that it's going to come a lot sooner than what we expect. I feel we're obviously going to get something at this expo, but I think we potentially might get some idea on a release of that game. I think they've been moving quickly behind the scenes for quite a while now. The writing's been on the wall for quite a while, I think, with Terra Fantasy in a lot of regions, and I think they've just been, you know, they've been quietly getting on with things. I could be wrong, but I feel like they're a lot further along than we actually think they are.
First, to be the first to do what they are promising to do, having an enormous urban world, having, you know, a fully functional driving system, car system, they need to release before Neverness to Everness. And unfortunately, that might not be the case unless they rush what they've been working on, which is never a good idea.
All right, yeah, okay. Some info drops there. Should definitely check out Sticks. Yeah. I think Project Mugen's quite a way away, if I'm honest. I think it's going to end up being something totally different to what we was expecting. I really do think Neverness to Everness is like put the you know, made them hit the skids with that, really. Be interesting to see what happens, really. All right. Been playing some AC Mirage, have you? Is it any good, Jamie?
I was supposed to take.
All right, let's check out this video as well here, actually. Curious. Where's chat gone? I've lost it. There we go. Started playing AC Mirage. Oh, I read that again. I don't know why. Sometimes I do that, man. I look at a comment and I think I haven't seen it, and I have. That's the new one, isn't it? Mirage. Well, not the new one that's coming out, like, but you know. All right, then. Let's check this video out. Girls, Frontline 2 looks great, but will still fail in a major way. I think doesn't Girls Frontline 2 have like isometric viewpoint and more of a almost RTS kind of gameplay? Am I wrong in that? Or more tactical kind of gameplay, I think? Is it like a tile-based system as well, maybe, potentially? I'm not too sure. Let's check it out, though.
Can you guys believe it?
I can't, dude. What's that?
Girls Frontline 2
Yeah.
coming to global soon. Though I think I saw in the Discord soon meant November, which isn't really soon.
It's not too far away, though, is it? You know what? We're in towards the end of July now. You know, that's not too far away at all. That'll be round in no time, man.
At all, is it? Who is this? Who's this like Saber look-alike? She's new. I think actually most of these are new except UNP and Groza. She's really cool. We should look at like what the latest gameplay is on it.
These characters are not blowing me away personally. They look alright. Nothing's really sticking out that I'm like, damn, okay, she looks kind of cool actually. And not gonna lie, she looks kind of dope. But she got like a VR headset on, man. She gonna be like playing some VR games. But yes, yeah, let's see.
I saw in the Discord for some reason the Girls Frontline Discord thinks because they Google they think because if you go to YouTube and you type in Girls Frontline 2, they think because this video pops up, it's gonna hurt the game. Do you guys agree? I feel like that's like
The Girls Frontline 2 cookholdery drama is hilarious. That's a video that I might have to check out. What the fuck is that?
like the most terminally online argument. Like first off, I mean, I wish I had the power to destroy an anime mobile game, but like I don't think.
Oh, is this a video from the Ango Experience? Is this the same guy? I'm thinking maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think any YouTuber could do
I'm
that.
guessing it is. He said it
Second off,
is.
if anything, I feel like if anything, it would help. I feel like it would promote awareness. Let's watch a random cutscene. I feel like, when was this released? It feels like it's been forever now. It definitely didn't do them favors that they released in China way before global. I don't know why games can't just learn from like Homoverse or Kuro games.
Homoverse, you know, that's a new one for me.
This game's not gonna do well in global. I'm calling it now. The reason is like, okay, here's why. I'll show you all how the gameplay looks.
Alright, okay. I think the gameplay is, if I remember, if it's the same game anyway, that it is more an isometric tile-based cover tactical kind of shooter, I think.
And then you
Well,
guys
not
tell me
shooter,
if you see the
RPG.
issue. Alright,
Okay,
user
yeah.
sees the
yeah,
issue.
It is the one. Okay. I think this will do well on mobile, personally. Maybe not on PC. These sort of games really need to make made well for people in the West to compete with traditional games that are made like this. Because there's some good ones out there that people enjoy. Not really for me. So just looking at the combat, I probably won't. I'll try it out, but I probably won't invest too much time into it myself personally. Yeah, I think these games kind of. I think when they're building on the waifu meta, and there's a, you know, that's what the game's about, is pulling your waifus, having these cool looking characters, going for the sex appeal. You kind of lose quite a lot of that when you go into an isometric viewpoint, because you really can't see your characters that well unless they have like skill animations and alt animations and all that sort of stuff, and you just lose a little bit of it. You know, it's like having character model skins on a first person shooter. You really don't get to see them. Everybody else gets to see them, but you don't really get to see them. Having weapon skins is a lot better, but, you know, you kind of lose a little bit of it, don't you?
The issue is there's more than two thank you. Lollergag's got it. More than two
More than two buttons. That's gonna just like fry the gacha gamer's mind, yeah?
buttons. When you're making a game for anime mobile gamers, they're not good at games. Like, no one here is good at games.
Shots fired.
That's why we play anime mobile games.
No lies detected, though. No lies detected.
That's why people, like, literally, anime mobile gamers are so bad at games, they look up guides on how to play a game. So this game has too many buttons. No one looks at this below the age 20 and wants to play this. I don't think Zoomers are, like, at all interested in strategy games anymore. Or RTS games. Kind of has shit anime.
I think I agree with that to a point. Actually, I think a lot of people in the Zoomer category, it's kind of like old school shooters like Unreal Tournament and Quake. You know, that's a thing that the older generation, you know, like people even a bit older than me, absolutely adore. You know, I'm more like the Call of Duty, Halo sort of generation. And even those games, I can have fun with them now and again, but they're not really a thing that appeals to me. So I definitely do think RTS games are definitely, you know, more for people who are probably late 20s, early mid 30s. It's a genre that definitely hits with them a lot more than it does with, you know, your teens and such. Because at the end of the day, a lot of gacha games are going for the teen, early 20s Kuma audience, and I just don't feel like they're really going to be that into this. It's a good point, that is, actually.
Animations too, not gonna lie. Like, I feel like ever since playing Fire Emblem Engage, though, I just don't have it looks like too snappy. It looks like too old-fashioned. Like Homoverse, if like Homoverse made a game like this, it would make it way more clean.
Homoverse.
That's why we need Homoverse.
So we got Homoverse and Homoverse.
Just to take over the Girls Frontline franchise. That's my opinion. I think Homoverse should just buy the rights to Girls Frontline and then just remake the game. They should
as well. Just looking at the gameplay as well, like it just doesn't look that interesting for me. I've never really been an RTS strategy kind of gamer anyway. I'm too low IQ for that, really, if I'm honest. But yeah, it's just it doesn't even look. You know, there's games that are in this genre that I'm not interested in, but they look cool. You know, this doesn't look cool. And I think if you've got a gacha game that doesn't look cool, you're in for a real problem there, because that's the main thing you need. It needs to kind of look cool. It needs to be good on the eyes, doesn't it, to attract attention? Because at the end of the day, you're trying to sell to freaking Kumas who want to see freaking waifu tits, really.
just start from scratch at this point. I don't even think. Also, the other reason this is gonna fail is more people are gonna be interested in like other gacha games like this stupid. What was the one we watched last stream, y'all? The like Tower of Fantasy one. Even if that game is dog shit, it looks cool.
Yeah. So
everyone will try it.
Yeah, that's a proper point. That's a good point. You know, it's the same with, like I was the same with Azure Premier League, Project Mugen, Arknights Enfield, Nevernis to Evernis. The games could be absolute shit. They're still going to get a ton of pre-registrations and a bunch of downloads because people are going to be like, okay, this looks pretty dope. It looks cool. And the game can be hot dog shit and fail, but there'll still be a bunch of people who'll try it out day one.
And then anyone that doesn't play this game, it's kind of like Girls Frontline 1. Whenever I play Girls Frontline 1, none of my chat knows what's going on, so it's boring. It's going to be the same for this. Because even I don't really know what the fuck's going on here either. It looks
Dude, that's like me when I try and look at people playing MOBAs. I'm like, I don't know what the fuck is happening here. I'm just totally lost.
Like a giant nukes exploding in a couple turns, I don't know. Anyways, Girls Front.
It seems like it's too slow for the gacha gamer as well. We need that like dopamine hit, you know, that instant gratification. This doesn't seem like it gives you that as well.
Line 2 gonna fail me.
Dude, I literally went to full screen the video there. That's how low IQ I am. See, this game is not made for me.
Massively. Waste of time. Dead game on arrival.
Right, so this is what I was...
Okay. Not pulling punches there. A good video though, man. I can't deny. I don't disagree with any of those. The Ango experience. Yeah, I just think the visual design of an RTS kind of game is just not appealing to the Zumakuma generation. It's not appealing to me, and I'm not part of that. I'm a millennial, you know, and it doesn't really even appeal to me, if I'm honest. I just think isometric games struggle in general, really, because of what they're trying to do with the gacha system and the gacha space. And I liked what I played of Brown Dust, actually, and I'm going to go back and actually play Brown Dust. I played it a little bit on mobile, but I still think, you know, it suffers from that, because you can't, like, while you're playing for the most part, you really can't see what your characters look like because they're chibi versions of your characters. So yeah, good points, actually. Dead on Arrival, I don't know. I think it'll probably do decent on mobile, but I can definitely see what he's saying there. Globally, I think it will flop. Might do all right in China, maybe a little bit in Japan as well, and it'll have like a niche audience in the West potentially. But yeah, I do agree with that. I think it'll definitely flop with the Zumakuma generation for sure. I'm back in a sec, chat. How about that, chat? Go for a hot, spicy caca poo poo. Needed a loo. Oh, yeah, quick question, because, you know, we were having audio issues yesterday. How's the stream sounding? We're not getting any audio crackling or static, are we? Do we sound okay? So that's the only problem with this headset sometimes, is because it's quite heavy on the lows. So sometimes I think I can hear that sort of noise, but when I watch on any other device, it's just not there, you know? So we're shining all right, are we? Obviously, my voice should be okay, but the video in the background, you know? We sounding all right. I'll just check the stream for me, babe, as well. Like, go back to when the video was playing. I think it's okay, yeah? I think the audio's all right, yeah? Let me have a listen back. Let me have a listen back. Check it, yeah. No, that's a new one for me.
This game's not gonna do well in global. I'm calling it now. The reason is like, okay, here's
Like skill animations and alt animations and all that. It's all right, yeah? It's sounding all right. Yeah, my freaking capture card, man, stresses me out. Keeps fucking up. Yesterday, he just went tits up, started crackling all over the place. Just go onto my YouTube instead. No, you don't need to. Just get to my channel and like go back on the video a little bit. Actually, say on my Twitch. Actually, I'll let this play. It's just because it ain't my voice that's the issue. It's the game in the back, the audio in the background.
Girls Frontline 2 coming to global
crackly?
soon. Though I think I saw in the Discord soon meant November, which isn't really soon at all, is it? Who is this? Who's this like Saber lookalike? She's new. I think actually most of these are new except UNP and Groza. She's really cool. We should look at like what's the latest
freaking
game.
out yesterday. All right. Yeah, good video. I agree with what he said there, though. Yeah, I think the Zumakuma audience is not really going to be interested in an RTS, strategic tile-based waifu collecting game. You know, people want a little bit more of that in your face, sort of, you know, instant gratification type gameplay. It looked kind of slow as well, didn't he? Which I think he's going to be more for the millennial kind of gamer. And at the end of the day, people who think we're into RTSs are not really into the gacha space. Maybe I could be wrong, and there's a big you know, opening for that kind of audience. But yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Yo, let's check out this video from Kazahana, shall we? See what Kazahana's got to say about this. Genshin Impact Twitter are attacking Hoyoverse staff. Toxicity in the Genshin Impact space. This can't be true. This can't be true.
The drama in Genshin Impact couldn't get even worse, right? But wrong. There is a completely new situation going on in Genshin Impact at the moment, which players are absolutely furious over.
Wow.
And it is kind of funny to see. Now, if you don't know, in one of my previous videos, I talked about a massive ongoing situation with Genshin Impact, and a lot of the characters in Natlan.
Okay, I might have to watch this video because I am totally out of the loop with this drama. I must admit, unless I watch YouTube videos on it, I tend to be out of the loop of all the drama because I don't delve into the Reddit threads and Discords and Twitter groups and, you know, the feeds of toxicity of the community. I just really don't dabble with the community side of most games, actually. So we might have to watch that video.
Which people weren't happy with because
Okay.
Natlan was supposed to be an area that's supposed to reflect a really dry and hot place.
Oh, okay. Is this the old the race issue? I think, yeah.
Most of the characters ended up being extremely pale, so a ton of people weren't happy with that, including
Because you know, in a fantasy world, it has to represent how you know, skin tones work in the real world. And at the end of the day, it's a massive Chinese corporation. I don't think people are, you know, are they really expecting them to do that? Come on, you know?
including tons of the voice actors and content creators who have worked with the game and also other Hoyoverse games over years, and overall the community has just been unhappy. But on top of this, there has actually been a new situation involving the character Nouvelle, and a nerf that has actually come out as part of the 4.8 update.
I think at the end of the day, unless the CN community's mad with Genshin, Hoyo do not care. You know, I don't think they really care what the rest of the world's got to say about situations like that specifically as well, because they're just Chinese corporations really don't fuck around with all that sort of stuff that people get really annoyed in the West. They just don't care about the politically correct side of things. They're just not, that's not something that they worry about. So I don't know why people in the West were really expecting anything to change with what they said or them to do anything different. It was kind of to be expected, if I'm honest. Yeah.
And the difference with this and the last situation is that even China are annoyed at this update, and
so now that China are mad, things might actually change with whatever they're mad about anyway.
literally the entire Genshin Impact community are so annoyed. Which, if you don't know, with the Natlan one, obviously the Chinese community don't really care about the skin color of the characters, so Hoyoverse aren't probably going to make a change with that, but this could actually prompt Hoyoverse to make some kind of change. Now, before I get to the
Gave away a free 10 pull. Holy shit, man, they must have fucked up. Like usually, you know, here's 30 Prima Gems, or you know, there you go. Maybe another 3 or 4 of those, and you might be able to have 1 pull.
video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it, and also go over to Gamer Subs and use my code KAZO, where you get yourself 10% off a ton of cups, tubs, and even more. And yeah, you can do that all by using the link down below. But let's get back into the video. So this is a news article by Dexerto. Obviously, you know, they're pretty popular for covering a lot of internet news. It says Genshin Impact players furious over terrible Nouvelle nerf in 4.8 update. And it says the Genshin Impact players are calling out Hoyoverse over a Nouvelle nerf, which has made the 5-star Hydro character terrible to play. Now, if you don't know, Nouvelle has this one ability where he can pretty much just shoot out a ton of water. It's absolutely insane, especially whenever he came out. People are super happy with his kit. But what people are especially happy with is that you can actually like turn him, so you could spin around in circles shooting this massive like laser beam, and it would do a ton of damage.
I think we heard about this one, yeah. This was,
and, you know,
this was the one that was nerfed, and then it was just it was reapplied after China got mad about it, I think, wasn't it? 2 seconds, chat, doors open. Back.
you know, people really like this. They would turn up the DPR in their mouse to making them spin faster, and overall it was just a very liked update, and people thought this was part of his design. But in Genshin Impact 4.8 they actually changed that, and now you can't. Now I don't know exactly how you can't, but they've made it pretty much so you're unable to spin around in a
They definitely wouldn't do that in his banner either, would they, you know?
circle like
Get
you
rug
used to,
pulled.
which allows you to deal damage to all of the enemies simultaneously, and it was actually a bug, and this wasn't an intentional part of his kit. But obviously it's been so long since Nouvelle came out. I think it's been just less than a year.
It's crazy. It's because a new banner's coming up that's probably going to challenge that character, I would assume. Yeah, I haven't played Genshin for ages, but that makes sense. They're going to want the new banner to look good. It's time to maybe nerf a potentially really strong character so we can bring in the new guy, and you're going to want him. It is kind of, obviously they're not going to do it within the banner, you know, it's just not going to happen. But it does suck when with these sort of games that happens. The banner comes out, there might be something broken in your character. It's like, well, we're not going to do that now while people are buying it. It's creating FOMO, and then after that it's like, all right, now's the time to do it just before something else comes out. So I can understand people being angry, actually. But if I'm right in this situation, I think this is one that it was reapplied, wasn't it? Because China got mad. That's the thing with Hoyo. If China gets mad, they're going to change. If other countries get mad, they're just not going to care, really.
Years since he's been out, and now they decide to make a change, which is really, really weird. And a lot of people were questioning why Hoyoverse has done this, because obviously
it's not really a question that's got a hard answer, is it? You know, there's a new banner coming, a potential character that they probably want people to buy. I'm guessing it's a character that's kind of challenging that character in some kind of way. They want you to go get that character. Here's the perfect time to nerf the character. It's been long enough. People are probably not talking about it, or really most people might not notice, you know? I don't know.
obviously, you know, if there was a problem with him, then they should have fixed it literally on the day that he came out, or
that's not going to happen though, is it? And in a way, I'm not mad at them for not changing a character when its banner's coming out. You know, if a character comes out and the banner's out and there's something broken in the character that makes them super OP, I can kind of understand why they wouldn't nerf it in the banner. It's creating FOMO. People are like, holy shit, have you seen the sort of numbers that you can get with this character? You've got to pull for it. They're not going to nerf it mid-banner because then it's just going to drop the number of sales, isn't it? It's and doing it right after the banner is going to piss a lot of people off, and it's going to be, you know, it's going to be big news because the banner's just ended. So I think that's what they're probably hoping to do. Hey, it's been quite a while now. Let's just quietly nerf him prior to another banner as well. We can make a big bunch of cash on this. People will maybe notice after a bit and be like, holy shit, I need the new character. But obviously China got mad, and, you know, when China gets mad with Huyo, things change.
Even, you know, on the next update after his banner release, because if it's such a big problem, then they should have changed it like almost immediately, but they've waited until the 4.8 update to change it. And obviously this is bad, especially whenever you're pulling for a character thinking that you can do this, because obviously there was a lot of people that didn't know that WuWa could do something like this. They saw people spinning around with him, they thought, whoa, that's cool, I'll pull on the character, and now it's just been taken away from them after they've either like spent money or spent their
straight rug pull. Straight rug pull. It's like Boogie and Fatty Coin.
gems on the game, and now, you know, they've just lost that and they can't even use the character how they intended to use him. So obviously a ton of people are extremely angry about this.
Okay, I haven't played Genshin for a while, but apart from Zhongli, this dude actually doesn't look like a twink. Because most of the male characters in the game look like twinks. So it's kind of cool. It looks kind of like a cool character, actually.
And people are calling for it to change. For example, someone on the Genshin Impact Reddit page said, I hope they revert it like the Yaimiko totem bug fix. And that apparently he just feels really clunky and they're kind of like forced slowing him down. So again, people are really not happy with like what's happened to him and how the game is going, especially with all of the Natlan stuff too. This is especially like, you know, egged on a lot of people to take part in the Genshin Impact boycott, which is going on at the moment. Which again, as I said, in the
Are there really, though? Is there really a Genshin Impact boycott going on? At the end of the day, I would imagine that a lot of those people who, if they are boycotting Genshin, have gone over to play Star Rail or Zenless Zone Zero. It's like, is that really, you know, or we're like, oh no, oh, they've stopped spending money on this thing we own and started spending money on this other thing. What will we do? Think about the children.
last video probably won't last that long, but again, it will definitely deter a lot of Genshin Impact players from continuing to play the game, or even just, you know, spending money on getting characters, which obviously is really bad for Hoyoverse. As a, you know, game company, they need to make money, and an issue like this is extremely bad, especially if they don't fix it. And then the article just goes on to explain like how bad this is and what his overall kit's like and why this is bad for his character, and you would just expect there'll be a little bit of arguments online, right? Well, there's actually been a massive outrage. I mean, I honestly thought that this wasn't going to blow up either. I thought this was just going to be a little bit of just like people being annoyed and then them getting over it. But it seems like everybody, including the Chinese community, are annoyed. And that's what I'm going to get into, is the Chinese community. Obviously, Genshin Impact like to listen to their Chinese community, as it's a massive game in China. And obviously, they're a Chinese-based game studio. Although they aren't based there now, Hoyoverse was founded in China. So again, they really do.
Where are Hoyoverse based now then? I didn't know that. I thought they were still based in China. Have they based in Hong Kong or something? Which obviously pretty much nowadays is still pretty much China. Or have they gone elsewhere? I didn't know that.
Like their fan base over there. And yeah, every time there is a change, it's usually whenever they bring it up and not whenever Global bring it up. And honestly, this makes me think that they probably will change it because they have spoken up. But what have they actually done? Well, the first thing is that Chinese players are now reporting the WuWa situation to the government for consumer.
Oh, so they're its headquarters are in Singapore now? Interesting.
Fraud, which is absolutely insane. There's this whole post here. So people are going to the government and, you know, literally reporting them for fraud, which to be fair is actually kind of valid because they've, you know, pulled for one character and spent a lot of money on the game.
To be fair as well, the government doesn't really fuck around with that sort of stuff in China, so I can understand, you know, thinking that could potentially work, actually. That's crazy.
Thinking that he does one thing, for them just to take it away later on, I think that could definitely fall under it. And obviously the people saying this is like completely overreacting and stuff, which I can kind of understand too. I mean, you know, literally complaining to the actual government about it is maybe a...
This world that you think about, is it? We got to the place in video games where people are like, dude, my freaking digital husbando doesn't do the thing that he was supposed to do. He used to spin around and splash people with water. I need to go to the CCP, bro.
Step too far. But honestly, I get where they're coming from because they have spent a lot of money on this character and on the game. And
that's why you should always, you know, at the end of the day, this is coming from somebody who spent a bit of money on gacha games. A very small amount, I must say. I'm just not totally free to play, is what I'm saying. I'm no whale. I'm not even freaking, I'm not even a goldfish, you know, I've just dabbled a little bit. You just shouldn't really, at the end of the day, go too crazy. Have a little dabble, you know, enjoy yourself. If it's a hobby, I am totally cool with spending money on a game. And at the end of the day, if a game's free to play and I've got more than 20, 30 hours in a game, I'll happily throw a bit of money their way because I think they deserve it. They've supported something for me that's given me a few good hours of enjoyment. And I think 15, 20 bucks here and there is no big feat for something that's giving you that many hours of enjoyment. But I think you've also got to realize that, you know, it's kind of wasted money at the end of the day.
And a lot of the Chinese players are also confused at why it took them so long to actually make this change in the first place. And now they've made even more posts. They've even started making memes about WuWa, saying that he's going to die on the 24th of July. And then they also made this one related to the whole Trump thing with him flying like some Mahoyo flag in the background. So again, they're pretty much saying that WuWa is dead, and yeah, it's kind of funny to see. Obviously, China do like to meme quite a lot whenever it comes to stuff like that, and they're also doing stuff like persuading other people to be free to play or just stop playing Genshin in total. So again, people in China are definitely, you know, warming up to this whole boycott idea and not.
I bet though that the Hoyoverse, MiHoYo people at the top shit themselves when they started to see that happening. There was like, well, you know what? When the Americans and the Westerners start moaning, we know they'll just come crawling back to us in the end, and we don't care even if they don't. When they started to see the red wall potentially crumbling, there was probably like, fuck, we've got to do something here.
Not spending money on the game, or even just not playing it in total. And this is all because of the WuWa thing. This is nothing to do with Natlan. This is all because WuWa can't spin around in a circle.
See, this is what I was saying before, of why you know, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter really about the whole race situation regarding the characters in this game for China. They just don't care, and the Chinese audience doesn't care either. We might in the West. I really don't, because at the end of the day, I don't care what characters look like. I don't need representation of any sort in a video game, especially one, even if it's kind of, you know, it's based on an area. It's a fantasy game. I don't care if someone's inspired by it. At the end of the day, it doesn't need to represent that area. It can just, you know, it can take inspiration from whatever it wants and fantasize it. It doesn't have to look like the thing it's inspired by. And, you know, there's a lot of people who do care about that in the West. Sometimes a little bit too much, I feel. But yeah, Chinese corporations and the Chinese people just don't give a shit about that. And that's not going to make them change. And I think if they did try to apply a lot of that sort of stuff into the game, I think they'd probably end up getting maybe a little bit of backlash from China. So they're just not going to do that. But dude doesn't spin, big problem.
Which again sounds completely stupid whenever you think about it on the surface, but I think with the whole like people
Guy don't go spinny, man, big problem, big problem.
People spending a lot of money for his abilities and then them taking it away, I definitely can see why people wouldn't want to play this game anymore. And it definitely shows where Hoyoverse is at with its community and communicating with them, because they haven't been good at communicating with their audience since the game first came out. So again, this is just another case of Genshin Impact being terrible whenever it...
Well, so that's fair though, because like that happened with the whole situation with the sword, with the Japanese translation. A lot of people started pulling it because they thought it was doing something it actually wasn't doing, and straight away Kura were like, shit, we got to fix these, and then everybody got free stuff, which is insane because Hoyo just don't do that. But the idea that people ended up with 10 free pulls, I was actually kind of shocked by that. You know, that's mammoth amount of free stuff for Hoyo. It's like the other day, I think, what was it? With Zenless, was it? As a thank you for hitting 50 million downloads, we got 30 polychromes. Like, sweet, man. Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
It comes to bringing out updates and letting the
I'll
community
be
know why they've
sure
done
not
this,
to spend them all at once.
and you know what's going to happen, and hopefully we do see a fix to this soon. Then finally, for the last one, which is probably like the worst post that, you know, is out of all of these, is that apparently in China a lot of people are creating a name list claiming that these are the people who nerfed WuWa. So they are finding Hoyoverse
And they're trying to create a hit list or something, dude. That's kind of crazy. That's a little bit scary, man. That's when shit gets a little bit too far, you know? That's wild. They're actually trying to search out who was the people who decided to make this nerf happen. That's crazy.
employees or whatever, or finding people online who called for WuWa to be nerfed and putting them on a list and pretty much just
Wait, so even people who weren't involved, they were just calling for the nerf. They're like, you're in the bullseye as well, and going on to dox them. Holy shit, bro.
doxing them. So that is absolutely insane, and obviously it shows you how far the Chinese community will go. Whenever
Yeah, remind me never to piss off the Chinese community. Shit.
comes to their game. Obviously, that definitely isn't the right thing to do. I think, reporting it to the government was
Don't mess with the spinny splashy guy. That's a lesson for everybody right there.
kind of funny, and like reporting it for fraud, I believe that's kind of justified, I guess. But I don't think that doxing a lot of the workers is the right thing to do here.
Oh, definitely not. There's no even, don't think about it. That's just not the right thing to do. Like, that's wild. Like, at the end of the day, it's just a video game. And I understand that people have spent money, but that's on you. If you're going to spend money on a video game, you've got to understand that tomorrow it could be switched off just like that. And all the things you bought are worth nothing. They're worth nothing now, but it could all be gone in an instant. So to go on and do something like that's wild.
Honestly, because these are just normal people. They're just doing what Mahoyo tell them to. It's not like they had any choice in deciding this. It's more the like creative directors behind it and whoever's like in charge of the whole thing overall, and going after some random dude who maybe just like typed in a couple of numbers to stop Nouvelette from spinning around. It's a little bit far, and obviously it can destroy a lot of people's lives. So this is a little bit too far, and I think that it does show how
It's a lot far, a lot too far, not a little bit.
mad the Chinese community are. But again, I don't think doxing is the way to go with this, and is never.
Let's face it though, this is not something that's specific to the Chinese community. This has happened all over the globe with gamers. Gamers can get a little bit crazy sometimes. We're all passionate, but sometimes that passion can really stretch into, serious real life consequences.
Really the way to go with anything. So again, not very good, but I do find a lot of these memes and other posts kind of funny, and it's just kind of interesting to see the Chinese community just blow up over this, because they don't get mad at much with Genshin Impact. They're usually quite happy with what they do, and they just kind of listen to them, especially with the Natlan stuff. As I was saying, they were pretty happy with that. They don't really care that there wasn't very many dark skinned characters in the game, but with this they are actually annoyed, and obviously whenever they get annoyed, they properly get annoyed. So maybe we'll see some change from Genshin Impact in the
Dude, he makes me laugh, that man. I bet there were some people in the West who were just like, hey, what? Hey, they don't care about race, potential racism. They're not giving representation, but they're getting angry about Spinny Boy doesn't spin anymore. I bet that was making some people in the West heads explode like, oh, isn't it weird that it's kind of crazy that not everybody listens to the sensibilities that we have in the West? And that's one thing I was speaking about this the other day with the rise of some of these Chinese corporations and these Eastern corporations in gaming and in entertainment. People have just got to start to suck it up that not everybody has the same sensibilities regarding sexuality, race, politics, whatever it might be, that as the West, and won't fold like Western corporations and Western companies do when people get a little bit mad online. And people are going to have to start to understand that and accept it. I think it's going to be hard for a lot of people, but they're going to have to just, learn to suck it up.
the future. And just let me know down in the comments what you guys think. Do you think they're going to make some kind of change here? Or do you think that it's just going to stay the same and that Nouvelette has officially died? And
okay, when did this video come out? 2 days ago, because I think the change has been made, yeah. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I heard that it's been reverted.
we're not going to be able to see him, and that he's been taken out of the meta for good now. Not that the meta actually really matters in Genshin Impact anymore. You can pretty much just use any character you want. But again, it's quite funny to see, and I will definitely keep you guys updated.
Spinny Boy don't know spin no more.
Happens in the global community. And yeah, that's about all I got for this video. So if you enjoyed it, then don't forget to leave a like and subscribe.
That's kind of funny, I do. That's kind of funny, man.
Code Kazo, where you can get yourself 10% off by using the link below. And yeah, they got a ton of really cool designs and stuff that I definitely recommend you guys go check out, and even go grab a cup for yourself. So yeah, I will see you guys in the next. That's all. See ya.
Yeah, I should definitely check out Kazahana. Makes some great content, actually. Check his Game and Sups out as well. Yeah, good video that was. That's just wild to me. Wild. The people would go to that length, going to the government and doxing people. At the end of the day, though, it's wild, but it's not surprising. And I don't just mean in terms of the Chinese community. I mean in gaming in general. Been around long enough, man. Shit can get wild in gaming, can't it? And people take things to massive extremes, which is just wild. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I think he actually did a Raid Shadow Legends video, yeah. Which is kind of funny to me that was a sponsored video, I believe. That out of usually his videos get anywhere between a couple of thousand to the 20s, 30Ks, and that video didn't break 1,000 views. Which I'm glad that Kazahana got the bag, like, but it's just funny that that one didn't actually get traction. So I bet Shade Red Legends Raid were like, fuck. I'm surprised. Do people still play that game? I know that was everywhere at one point, wasn't it? Like a year or two ago, everybody was getting fucking sponsorships by the game. Never actually bothered to try it out. Actually, Zenly Zone Zero exposed for copying designs. I didn't hear about that. All right, let's check this video out, actually. Zenly Zone Zero's revenue is destroying competition, which we did hear yesterday that I think they've done, what was it? Was it like 50 million in a couple of days or something like that? I think Wuthering Waves has done around about 100 million on mobile in just under 2 months. So probably anywhere between like 150 to potentially 200 million globally, maybe. I think with Wuthering Waves, a lot of people get a better experience on PC, so potentially going to be more expenditure going on there. But I just think that the culture on mobiles is a lot more spending friendly, isn't it? And if the game doesn't run well as well, which it seems like it's still got a lot of problems in terms of how the game actually runs. I don't know though. I don't play mobile, so I just heard that it was running like AS. Check this video out then from Kazahana. Zenly Zone Zero's revenue is destroying competition.
So in one of my last videos, I talked about the revenue for Wuthering Waves and how it's been doing actually pretty good. I mean, they made
really good in my opinion. 100 million in under 2 months. I know, obviously, this video is probably going to compare that to Zenly Zone Zero and Huyo Games in general, but I think 100 million for their first globally self-published game in what is massive direct competition to Genshin, because let's face it, it's the most similar game to Genshin. In my opinion, it's better. And it's not Huyo. And I know a lot of people are going to look at those numbers and go, dude, these games did way better, but I think it's just unfair because nothing is really going to get the Genshin COVID buff ever again. And also, Huyo is just so big now that they're just, you just can't try and compare everything directly. Of course, we're going to, and I'm fine with that. But I think 100 million in just under 2 months is insane. Hopefully, it continues. I think the Changli banner is going to make them a crap ton of money as well. But yeah, let's see what he's got to say.
100 million in under 2 months, which is absolutely amazing for literally any gacha game, and that we could be seeing it near the top of the gacha revenue chart very, very soon. Obviously, last month, Wuthering Waves came in 4th place, which again is extremely good, especially for a game that's literally just released. But whenever I was looking at this article, I actually found another.
For a game that's just released and directly competing with Genshin as well. There's a lot of the other games come out and are not necessarily, well, they are directly competing with all of Huyo's games because at the end of the day, they're in the same space. But in terms of the gameplay loop and the visual style and the look of it, it's just that, it's the direct competitor to Genshin, isn't it? So the fact that it did that is just really impressive.
One for Zenly Zone Zero. Now, obviously, Zenly Zone Zero is a very popular game at the moment by Hoyoverse. Its popularity has died down a little bit, obviously, because it's been a couple of weeks since it actually launched, and people have played through a lot of the content and just aren't as interested anymore. But in this video, we're going to be covering the Zenly Zone Zero revenue.
Again, though, the game was designed to be like that, wasn't it? Developers even spoke about that. They've kind of designed the game for people to play in short bursts, come away, come back. It's all just designed to keep people in the Huyo space, basically. So when they're finished with Genshin and Star Rail for a little bit, they come play Zenless, and then they end up back on those games.
Revenue and seeing whether it actually comes out on top of Wuthering Waves or below it. Now, before I get into this video, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe if you enjoy it. And also go over to Gamer Subs as always. Use my code KAZO, you can get yourself 10% off a ton of cups, tubs, and even more just by using the link down below. And there is a ton of
definitely check out the link.
Stuff that I think you guys would really enjoy. But let's get back into the video. So this is another article from pocketgamer.biz. These guys are really useful, especially whenever it comes to the revenue. Most of these articles are by a guy called Aaron Astle. So again, thank you very much for actually, informing us about this, because they get all of their data from AppMagic, and AppMagic is actually a paid service. So I can't look this up on my own unless I pay for it, which it costs a ton just to look at revenue. So again, this is extremely useful and I'm super grateful for this. But what it says is Zenly Zone Zero surpasses 50 million in 11 days. Hoyoverse's latest launch gets a big start, but revenue is declining. So again,
that's normal though. The idea that the revenue is declining isn't any surprise. The game's just launched. You've got the Ellen banner. It's typical for any gacha game, really. Right after a banner's launch, that's when everybody's spending. and then it starts to die down. Of course, right before a new banner comes out is usually when spending's at its lowest as well, isn't it? Because that's typically when people are farming wishes to be able to spend in the next one and getting ready to spend in the next one as well. So it's not surprising it's gone down. It's the cycle of gacha games. You have this big pump, a drop off, big pump again, a drop off. It's just whether, I think, to say whether a game is having true decline in its revenue, we need to look at a trend over a couple of months, don't we? Like, this is why I say I think 1.2 will be a massive thing for Wuthering Waves, where we'll be able to look and go, okay, is the revenue in an upwards trend? Is it in a downwards trend? Is it kind of static? And I think the same for Zenless Zone Zero as well. So it's kind of normal that it's declining. So I don't think that's any, you know, determining factor on how successful the game's going to be. I think we need to wait a few months to decide how successful the game's going to be, which I think it's going to be fine. It's going to be in the top 10 for the foreseeable future, in my opinion, and it'll probably sit in the top 5 for quite a while as well, if I'm honest.
It doesn't look very good for Wuthering Waves here. I mean, you know, 50 million in 11 days is...
See, I disagree with that as well. See, like, I think it's fine to compare the revenue of these games and compare them in whatever way you want to compare them. But I think when it comes to revenue, I don't necessarily think you look at something in the Huyo space and say it's made this insane amount of money, and then look at another game that's not made those massive amounts but still done really well to say, well, that game that doesn't look great for this game, then it's failed, you know, because it's like with game sales in the other genres, you know. It's like looking at a game that sells a few million units and go, well, Call of Duty sold 17 million. It's like, well, not every game's Call of Duty, and it's not going to be. And I think looking at the numbers in that way, every game's going to fail going against Huyoverse games at the moment, until maybe something changes in the space. It's just how it is. They're just the absolute pinnacle of the space, aren't they, really? So they're always going to be the big boys, and I think just having Huyoverse attached to the name of Zenless Zone Zero is going to make it earn more than probably what it would do. Not saying that I don't like the game, which I do. I think the game's really fun. But I think comparing it and saying, well, this game's failed then, it isn't really fair, if I'm honest.
Absolutely amazing. Don't get me wrong. I mean, this is literally half of what Wuthering Waves made in 2 months. So again, they've made a ton of money, and that's to be expected with a Huyoverse game, because Huyoverse are just massive. But the revenue declining statement...
They just print money. If you stick the Huyoverse label on it, it's just a print money label, basically, isn't it?
It's actually quite worrying. But is it that much of a big deal? Well, no, it's probably not, because Zenless Zone Zero is just in a natural kind of like downtime at the moment. Obviously, they've released the game, so now they're working on the next version, and that's just...
It's just a normal revenue cycle for gacha games, isn't it? You're not going to have that continued spending throughout the month. It's just not going to happen. The banner comes out, everybody spends, it drops off, new banner, everybody spends. It's just the way it is.
How it kind of goes with gacha games. I mean, Wuthering Waves is in the same situation. You know, they're in a little bit of a downtime too. But again, both the companies are working on future game updates, which again will bring up more revenue, will bring more players to the game whenever it actually comes out. But it says Zenless Zone Zero generated almost 52 million on mobile revenue on the first 11 days. Revenue...
And that's not even taking into account the the revenue on PC and on console, because it's launched on PlayStation 5 as well, if I'm right, yeah? It did, didn't it? And obviously what's going to be a big boost to Wuthering Waves as well is when it comes to PlayStation 5. That's going to be a massive, massive boom for Wuthering Waves. And I would like to see the revenue for PC for Wuthering Waves, because that's going to be, it's going to take it up quite a lot, in my opinion, because most people I know play on PC, and I think most people who are probably playing on mobile now will be playing on PlayStation 5 when the game drops on PlayStation 5, because I just think the game's really not designed to be played on a mobile, if I'm honest.
You peaked on the 5th of July. Now, obviously, this is all mobile revenue, so this is going to very accurately reflect what is going to happen on the gacha chart, because this is all taken off of mobile revenue. They only take it away from the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, which in China, there isn't many people that actually use the Google Play Store. So obviously, take a lot of this information with a grain of salt, because there is a ton of people that use like stuff like Huawei Store and stuff like that, which will have a ton more sales than Google Play, especially in China. But what it says is Huyoverse's new action RPG Zenless Zone Zero generated nearly 52 million from gross player spending on mobile in the 11 days following its official release on July 4, according to App Magic data.
I was actually surprised. I think with Wuthering Waves, Japan, if I'm right, was Japan the largest revenue spender, just above China, only by like 1% or 2%. I was actually shocked by that. I thought China would have been the largest one. I didn't know it was close. And I think even down to like the US, it was like 70, I think it was like 23%, 22%, 17%, 17%, something like that. which is obviously making it a lot closer, which is good for the global thing because it means then that all regions are going to get listened to. But I was surprised that Japan actually pipped China in terms of the most spent, which I think will probably change because from what I heard as well, this is all just through the grapevine, that the spending has started to increase in China for Wuthering Waves.
So the revenue actually peaked the day after Xenosaga 0 came out. Now, obviously, this is to be expected because a lot of people are waking up from different time zones, whether that be in Europe, whether that be in America, whether that be in Asia, getting up and then spending on the game. Or some people just had a little bit of time to think it over and whether they wanted a character. So again, it's totally to be expected that the revenue would only
Came to the conclusion of what the fuck am I doing in my life, man? I was just about to put 50 quid down on a digital waifu.
peak, after release. And what
They go spending on a prostitute.
they say is players in China and Japan are responsible for the bulk of the revenue, which is, yeah, again, quite surprising, with China accounting for 47% of the players spending to date, and Japan making up 27%. So again, they
I was actually quite shocked, and when I think about it now, I don't know why, of how much Japanese people spend on gacha games. But then I think about it, they are very big in mobile gaming anyway, and just with the culture in Japan, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? You've got a lot of middle-aged men, 30s, 40s, who are like, single as well. So it kind of makes sense, really, when you think about it. But I don't know why. I was just shocked when I saw the numbers. I was like, man, I didn't think the Japanese would be really that hard into gacha games. But then it makes sense. It's anime, and, with the culture of, a lot of incels, it kind of makes sense.
They've taken a massive chunk out of this. We saw with Wuthering Waves that Japan and the US actually took up most of it, but it seems like this is a much more China-heavy game, and obviously it's Hoyoverse, so there are going to be a lot more players, playing this game in China. And obviously it's super good for Hoyoverse because, China do have the most spenders and the most whales in their community. I would say out of all the regions, China...
Yeah, I think that's true. I definitely think Kuro if they want to be successful in the long term, really want to try and corner a bit of a market in China. But for us, I hope it doesn't become too lopsided in the Chinese spending. Obviously, I want the game to just do well enough that it gets reinvested and I enjoy it personally. With all of these games, I'm not just talking about Wuthering Waves, I'm saying like an Andy, but with all of these games, that's all I want. I don't care about shareholders. But at the same time, I do want it to be kind of more balanced. Because obviously then we get listened to a little bit more, and updates will reflect everybody's viewpoints rather than just one region's viewpoints that kind of looks at games a little bit differently to us, or at least the culture of spending in games differently to us.
Do have the most, but again, Japan taking up 27% is actually insane, and the United States actually ranks third for revenue, which is still good and proves how global the MiHoYo have been whenever it comes to advertising Xenosaga 0. So again, it's looking very good across the board, and obviously China taking up almost half of the players spending to date. Again, just insane. But it might be a little bit different with installs, as we saw with the last revenue chart. The USA actually had more installs, but the Chinese community was spending a lot more.
That shows how much more they are spending, though. If US has got more installs, that means per capita people in China are spending exponentially more if they're becoming number one compared to the number 3 spending. That in itself shows the difference in culture in spending in video games, doesn't it? That's why I say, again, that split in revenue being a bit more equal is definitely better for us in the West because we're a little bit more adverse to spending in video games in places like China.
And it says, looking at the global daily revenue on the App Store and Google Play, Xenosaga 0 peaked on the 5th with 7.4 million in consumer spending in literally one day. That spending has declined for 9 consecutive days, down to 3 million on July 14th. So yeah, as you can see, we got release day, which did pretty good. I mean, it made
still incredible numbers. Still incredible numbers.
About 5 million. Then it went up to 7.4 million, as it said. And now it's slowly going down with less updates, less other stuff. And I mean, they have been pretty generous this time with the rewards. But I probably would have liked to see a little bit more. But again, maybe we'll see some in the future. Maybe we won't. We'll just have to wait and see. And obviously this
Dude, I still need to get Grace, man.
Revenue will probably go back up as soon as some big update releases or a new character gets released.
Next banner comes out. That whole cycle will repeat again. Big peak. And then a slow decline back into the next banner.
Which I think is actually happening very, very soon. But this is the interesting thing too, is that it actually compares Xenosaga 0 to a lot of the other Hoyoverse games on the release. And it says, however, as much as an achievement of 52 million may be for 11 days, Xenosaga 0 hasn't managed to reach the same heights as its forebearers during the same period after its launch. Genshin Impact hit 90.1 million from player spending,
Insane.
while Honkai Star generated 108.6.
Absolutely insane. One, you've got the COVID buff. And 2, it was the first true sequel after Genshin, wasn't it? So I think that was a massive fact. And plus, Star Rail is an insane game, in my opinion. I just think, you know, there was so much hype because of how well Genshin had done. Star Rail pops and the game's good. And, you know, obviously that hype's built then, hasn't it? And as well, you know, things are a little bit different now. People are a little bit more invested in those two games as well. It's an extra game for people to spend in. Or, you know, Zenless Zone Zero divided the community a little bit more, didn't it, as well? So it makes sense that, you know, there's less expenditure into that game.
6 million. So obviously this is about half of what, you know, the other games made. And to be honest, I think this is to be kind of expected. Obviously, Genshin Impact had the COVID buff, so a lot of people were playing during COVID and spending a lot of their money, especially as, you know, the government gave them a lot of money just to spend. So a lot of this was going towards Genshin Impact, unfortunately. Maybe it should have went to something else, but again...
It's probably true for some people. I don't even think it's just so much that people were getting stimulus checks now. I just think it's that people were at home and this new game dropped and people really enjoyed it and people just inclined to spend the money they already had in the game because just the extra time that they were investing into this game that was becoming a real big thing for them. They couldn't go out, they couldn't do other things. So why not spend your money on a game that you would have been spending elsewhere, especially if you were working from home as well?
And some people did spend their money on Genshin Impact. And Honkai Star just had the popularity from Genshin Impact, just the popularity of Hoyoverse overall, to make it generate...
It was that first sequel, wasn't it, really? That massive hype off Genshin then.
More money than Genshin Impact, but also the game is just good. So again, a lot of people were super excited for this, and it was the first game that they kind of released since Genshin Impact. Whereas Zenless Zone Zero is a little bit less exciting because we know Hoyoverse are constantly releasing new games and, you know, developing a lot of games. So people were less excited, and also I think the combat just didn't appeal to a lot of people. But again, 52 million by no means is a bad number. As I said, it's pretty much
ridiculous number.
Half of what Wuthering Waves made.
I think that's the problem, as I said, with how well Genshin and Star Rail did. Every single game that comes out now that's you know, competing with the Hoyo games, all's big in terms of it, you know, getting eyes on it on YouTube, it's getting PC installs, it's getting console installs. It's always going to be compared in that sense, and people are going to be like, well, it didn't reach those heights. But it's like, you know, is anything ever going to reach those heights? Potentially, but I don't think it's happening anytime soon, and it might be another Hoyo game that does that. I don't know. Or, you know, it could be any of the next games coming out in the future, I guess. But I don't think so. And I think to, like, look at those games and be like, well, they were a failure is kind of a bad way to look at it. Not saying that Kazuhana's doing this, but I see a lot of people doing it, you know, other games failing. It's like, well, how can you say that, dude? These are insane numbers, these are.
2 months. So I'm sure that they probably will make more than Wuthering Waves in a month. Now, how does this compare on the gacha revenue chart? And what does this mean for Zenless Zone Zero versus Wuthering Waves in terms of revenue? Now, I just want to make this clear. I play both of the games. I play Zenless Zone Zero and Wuthering Waves. I have no kind of bias towards any of them.
And I think even if you do have a bias, I think you shouldn't give a damn with how much these companies make beyond them making enough money to reinvest in the game that you like. If you like a game, you want a company to do well enough to keep that game alive and keep making that game, basically, because it's the thing you enjoy. But when people start little flame wars about, well, this shareholder's made way more money than the shareholder in the company that you like, it's like, have you got shares? Have you bought stocks in this company? Why the fuck would you even care?
I enjoy both of the games. I really like them both. I do have my criticisms about both, and I do have my, you know, things that I like about the game on both.
I think as well, beyond this sort of stuff, and just that they've released like soon and close together, and these games are not comparable. Like, obviously you can compare Wuthering Waves to Genshin. That's fair. I think that's a fine comparison. And you can compare all these games to each other, whatever, you know, that you're free to do as you will. But to me, that's a nice pause as well. Jeez, I just realized that's a nice pause. Zenless is more comparable to, like, Solo Leveling Arise, Snowbreak Containment Zone, I guess Punishing Grey Raven, whereas Wuthering Waves is a direct competitor to Genshin, you know, to Azure Premierlia coming in the future, to Evanis to Nevanis, or Nevanis to Evanis, whatever it's called, to Arknight Project, what is it, Arknight Enfields, you know, they're games that are more comparable in mechanics and all that sort of stuff. But I guess, you know, you can compare revenue because they've just released close to each other, haven't they?
Games. But looking at some of the numbers, it seems like Zenless Zone Zero has actually surpassed Wuthering Waves.
Which doesn't surprise me at all.
If we think 50 million in 11 days, with the release date being the 4th of July, meaning that it was pretty much the start of the month, this is all revenue from the start of the month. So we're going to at least be seeing them up in the 50 million bit. Obviously, that is combined revenue with China, so it will be split out a little bit. But if we compare it to the combined revenue of Wuthering Waves, which is around 45 million, so they made about 45 million conjoined last month, as well as the 12 and 13 million, which adds up to...
So I wouldn't be surprised if it'd be sitting around, you know, 150, 160 million within the first, well, maybe within the first month, potentially, I guess. With, let's say, over the 2 months, if we're going to compare it to Wuthering Waves in that sense, probably will do probably one of a 50 million or so on top of what Wuthering did.
So around about like 70 million in total, maybe a little bit more than that. And then if we compare that 70 million to the 100 million that they made in 2 months, then that means they've only made about 25 million this month, which again is a little bit worrying for Wuthering Waves. And I didn't really like spot this whenever
I don't think that's worrying for Wuthering Waves, personally. That's still ridiculous. If we were talking numbers maybe below 10 million or less, 5 million or less, then I'd be like, okay, that's not a great sign so far. But I think 20 odd million, you know, is a really good number. I think we're just looking at absolute behemoths in terms of revenue. And, you know, it's like looking at a billionaire and saying to a millionaire, well, you fucking failed, son. This guy's got 5 billion. You've only got 50 mil. You know, it's like there's levels to this sort of stuff, and Hoyo were just on a totally different level, aren't they? So I don't think it means it's worrying at all for me personally.
I first looked at it. But again, my numbers could be completely off, or there could be some big spenders in the next coming days. And obviously,
I think we need to see over the next few months, really, to see where the trends are going for all of these games, because you can't really say off the bat, you know, these things can change quick, can't they?
Pretty much halfway through the month, so there's still like a lot of days for Wuthering Waves to catch up and make a lot of revenue. Obviously, we've got the Chang-Li banner coming up very, very soon. So again, we have to wait and see what happens with that. But if we compare the 20 million to 50 million that Zenless Zone Zero has made in 11 days, starting from the 4th of July, that means Zenless Zone Zero is almost double of what Wuthering Waves have made, which again is quite surprising. And yet,
I don't find that surprising at all, if I'm honest. I just don't. It's a Hoyo game. It's probably had a lot more promotional material out in the East as well. So it doesn't shock me at all, actually.
It seems like Zenless Zone Zero is going to be on top whenever it comes to the revenue chart. Now, obviously, this was to be expected. It's Hoyoverse. As I said at the beginning of the video, Hoyoverse make a lot of money. People just enjoy Hoyoverse, especially in China. And, you know, even in global as well. I mean, they've had a really massive, like, global marketing campaign. Whereas Wuthering Waves have been a little bit slower on it. I mean, they did do a very, very good job. And I've covered tons and tons and tons of advertising that they've done across the globe. But I think Hoyoverse just has that money and has more staff to actually advertise Zenless Zone Zero a lot more. And I think we're going to be seeing a Honkai-style Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero, like, top 3 maybe. Or even just like kind of top 5. Like, I think they'll all be up there. Even the Hoyoverse have got
I agree. I've seen people saying that they reckon that, like, you know, Zenless is going to drop off fast. It's definitely going to be in the top 10. And I think it'll probably sit in the top 5 quite a while as well.
Massive majority of the revenue share among a lot of these gacha games, which is, yeah, super surprising to see. It's kind of scary to think what Hoyoverse could do in the future, especially with all that power and all of the revenue that they get.
Dude, aren't they building a nuclear reactor or investing in the building of a nuclear reactor? Now, that's crazy, man. From gacha games to nuclear power. Wild.
But again, at the end of the day, it's the people that kind of hold the power here, because it's, you know, us spending money on the game. So if Hoyoverse ever do something bad, then, you know, we can just stop spending, which we have seen a little bit with Genshin Impact. It will be interesting.
That makes sense as well, because like when you think about it, you know, Genshin's what, 4 years in? How much longer does Genshin Impact have, really? Like, Hoyo have I can't imagine they're not, like, having a open world kind of, well, Genshin sequel directly, or like a spiritual successor to Genshin in the wings, because they've got to understand that, you know, it's going to continue on a trend of going down over time, because the game's just been out for quite a while, and Star Rail's kind of the main game now, and now they've got Zenless Zone Zero as well, so that's going to split their player base a little bit, although there's going to be different people playing each game. I get that, but there's definitely an overlap and a correlation. So I wouldn't be surprised soon if we see another game coming from Hoyo, or getting teased, getting ready for that, because, you know, how long does Genshin Impact have, really?
Interesting to see where Wuthering Waves actually ends up on this revenue chart. Will it end up even higher than I expect? But again, it isn't looking very good for them, but it is looking very, very good for Zenless Zone Zero.
See, again, I don't agree with that. I don't think it's looking bad for them. It's just looking better for Zenless.
And obviously, you know, I know there's going to be a lot of people hating in the comments saying, oh, but Zenless is doing this or Wuthering Waves is doing that. I'm pretty much neutral. I like both games. I really enjoy both games. I play both of them pretty much daily. I have no bias here. I'm literally presenting the information to you. Whether that's information you like to hear or information you don't like to hear, you know, that's up to you. That's not my fault. I'm literally providing you with the information and my predictions. And from this information here, it seems like Zenless Zone Zero is doing better. But again, as I said, it would just be interesting to see what happens in the future. And let me know in the comments what you guys think about this. Do you think Zenless Zone Zero
really, to see where these games are going, we need to check back in like, what, 3 months, 4 months potentially?
Is going to finish above Wuthering Waves? Or do you think Wuthering Waves is going to make a quick comeback and actually go on top of that? Yeah, that's about all I got for this video. If you did enjoy it, then don't forget to leave.
I think Zenless will probably stay ahead for the most part, but I think with them having slightly different update times, I think we'll start to see revenue, like, you know, cross over each other here and there. I think if it's going to be one of the games to cross over or to top in revenue in short periods, I think it will be Zenless. I don't think it'll catch up with Genshin and Star Rail, or at least not Star Rail for quite a while. As Genshin gets lower and lower, maybe. All this depends on how good the game gets and how much potential the devs actually realize, I suppose. But I do think, you know, on an update for Wuthering Waves, it'll probably peak the downtime in Zenless, but then as soon as Zenless drops an update, it'll probably go back above Wuthering Waves and higher than what Wuthering Waves peak was as well.
Leave a like and subscribe, and obviously go over to Gamer Subs and use my code Kaza, where you can get yourself 10% off just by using the link below. Obviously, they've got a ton of really nice flavors, cups and stuff like that, which I really recommend you check out. And yeah, that's all I got for this video. That's all. See ya.
Another good video from Kazahana, actually. Yeah, I just think it was obvious that Zenless was going to do better in revenue, personally, even though the game has divided everybody. It's a Huyo game. I just think just having Huyo attached to the game, it was just going to do better. And I don't think that means that because it's doing better than Wuthering Waves, that Wuthering Waves is somehow not doing well, or we should be worried about Wuthering Waves. It's still doing ridiculous numbers. Whether that Kuro are happy with his own numbers is totally, I don't know. We don't know that answer. But I feel like it's doing fine. And I guess we'll have to look back in a couple of months to see if the trend's going in the right direction. Of course, they're going to want it going up. But as I say, at the end of the day, I don't give a damn how much these games make, as long as they make enough to reinvest into the game and I can continue playing something that's fun. And if not, I guess then it was never meant to be, I suppose. But yeah, good video. Good video. I do want to check out this video from Big Fry, actually, talking about Concord.
I don't know how
There's
many
a lot of
times
people
we're going
have been saying that Concord is trash, right? Right. Check out this video from Big Fry. Concord is already dead on arrival. I haven't really seen many positive viewpoints about this game. Haven't really watched any video. I've seen a lot of titles though. And I was kind of interested in maybe checking the game out, but you had to pay to get into the beta, didn't you? You had to basically buy the game or pre-order it or whatever. And then I saw you had to create a PlayStation account, and I was just like, even though I've got one, I was just like, it's kind of annoying. Really don't like that about Sony, if I'm honest. But it's not a major thing, I guess. But yeah, it was just a little thing that I was just like, I don't wanna. Let's check out if it's already dead on arrival then.
I don't know how many times we're going to see studios spend millions of dollars creating.
One thing that's wild before we get into this, I think Sony bought the dev team that made this game, didn't they? So they've put a lot of money into buying a dev team and then obviously investing in this game, which for all purposes seems like it is a flop, because I don't think many people were playing the beta, and they dropped The Last of Us factions as well. Because I think really because they didn't know how to potentially monetize it maybe. But it's wild that they dropped that, which would have just been a banger because of The Last of Us fans, and the factions game before was really fun to play. So having a standalone multiplayer game in The Last of Us universe would have been absolutely fire. It would have been a banger game. It probably would have made them a ton of money even if they didn't have that many microtransactions in it. I think it would have just done really well for them to then come on to something like this and to have it fail. It's kind of like, well, I guess you deserved it, really.
Games that nobody wants to play. In the case Ace of Concord, which is the new first-person hero arena shooter. This game was being developed by Firewatch.
Do you know what this game looks like from what the gameplay I've seen? It looks like the kind of game you see in the background in a film. You know when there's a film and they're having somebody playing a video game or something, but they don't actually want to pay for the rights to use a real game in the film. It seems like one of those games, you know? I don't know why. That's just kind of what it looks like to me, kind of like generic sort of slop, really.
Fox Studios, who was acquired by Sony, I believe, last year.
Yeah, that was it, yeah.
This is the culmination of millions of dollars spent, so many man hours into a game that, in my opinion, has so many good things going for it, from the polish in things like the UI, the actual visuals themselves, the sound effects.
It's, as I was saying, it's slop in terms of generic. It's not bad looking, especially on the characters. Like the facial animations on some of the characters is insane. I think they look really good. But just looking at the gunplay, man, and the actual gameplay loop itself just doesn't look all that fun, if I'm honest.
The cinematics that we're seeing in this game, like, you can tell this is a AAA huge production with millions upon millions of dollars spent, wrapped up in a game that is...
And I think worrying about that sort of stuff in a shooter, a PvP online shooter as well, which seems like that's the main part. I think it's got a story to it, but I don't think it has a campaign story like mode, does it? Like, you know, there's not like a story mode and then the multiplayer. There's a story to the multiplayer. I think to spend all that money on cutscenes and the story, it's just kind of like, why? Because if the gameplay doesn't bang, who gives a fuck about the story in a multiplayer game, really?
So uninspired and so generic, and in my opinion about 10 years late to the party, that I have to wonder why it even exists in the first place. If you're watching the gameplay, do me a favor, squint your eyes, and then I'm gonna throw all these other games in here, and it looks exactly like all of those games. Hero shooter, crazy quirky character.
Just less fun though, you know? It's trying to be like the Overwatch type game, but it just looks less fun. Like, for all that there is to say about Overwatch 2 and Blizzard in how they shafted people with the PvE and all the other issues with the game and the battle pass and the characters and everything, I haven't played for a while, so I don't know if that's changed. There's no denying that in terms of a game and the gameplay loop, Overwatch is fire. It's just Blizzard have been fucking up big time, haven't they? So yeah, just looking at it compared to something like Overwatch, it just looks nowhere near as fun. Nowhere near as fun. Hey, what's up, Sutsa?
Characters, they, them pronouns.
Yeah, that's weird as well. Like, why have they... Like, a Sweet Baby ain't been involved with this game. Because, like, why the fuck would they do that? Like, I don't understand that. Like, it's like they're desperately trying to force these new cultural... well, norms, shall we say, you know, the cool thing to do now into these sort of video games. And at the end of the day, the type of audience that they want to court for something like this is young men. You know, it's going to be young men who are going to look at the pronouns in the game and be like, what the fuck, bro? Like, why even have that in the game? So you can, this is what I was talking about, the other stuff just with Hoyoverse, when it came to the whole issue with the characters, races. China don't give a shit about all that sort of stuff. And people in the West need to learn that Chinese companies won't fold when we get really pissy about our cultural expectations of what other people around the world should do with the way we view the new thing at the moment. Western companies will, and it's just such a weird thing to put in, like, as if it's like, hey, look, do we get brownie points for that? We put pronouns in our shooter game that's like, why? It's just so weird.
It has it all. And what I mean by has it all, I mean it has every single red flag that you could see, on top of the fact that a lot...
Had a good birthday. Thank you, dude.
A lot of people have been comparing this game to like Overwatch, Paladins, and all these crazy other hero shooters. But the difference is Concord is $40, $49 Canadian if you buy the standard edition. And
yeah, that's what this game, as soon as I saw gameplay, screamed to me, free to play. And I don't even think it would have been a massive success free to play, but I think it would have got a decent amount of people trying it out. Or yeah, you know, I think it's 35 UK pounds. I think I could be wrong. I think it's about that, 34.99. Just ain't paying for that. It just ain't gonna happen, is it? Especially now I've seen how dead the beta was. it's just a waste of money now to spend this on launch to play a game that you know is going to be dead on launch. So I think this game is going to go free to play very quickly after launch.
You know, a full-priced fucking game if you buy the supporters. So they're not only uninspired, generic, and like every other game on the market, all those other games on the market are doing it better than this game does, and they're free to play, which is an incredibly hard.
That's the thing, in this industry, in many industries, you either need to be first, you need to be better, or you need to be cheaper. And if you're not first, you really want to be better and you want to be cheaper. Really, you know, and if you're not better, you definitely want to be cheaper. And it seems this game was definitely not first, it's definitely not better, and it for damn sure isn't cheaper. So it's like how they were expecting to corner the market. I don't know if, like, sometimes PlayStation think, well, we're PlayStation, you know, people expect that PlayStation quality. They don't ever seem to be able to make that happen with multiplayer games. So they really should have gone in free to play on this. They definitely should have gone in free to play. And maybe it might have been a success, because, like, I do think this game is going to be dead on arrival as well, personally. But it might have actually had some sort of, you know, not massive success, but actually been decent enough to continue developing and make enough money that it was worthwhile actually making. But I think this game's probably cost them a lot of money. They had to acquire the studio, put all this money into it now for this to happen. Yeah, you know, this game is definitely going free to play. And I think we'll probably see that probably within a year, they'll stop, you know, the service for the game entirely, I think.
Hard sell to somebody to spend $40 on a game where they could go and spend nothing in. So I have to wonder why Concord exists in the first place. It's a hero shooter with everything from the big guy that runs shotgun and slams ground to
so unique, right?
the girl who jumps and lays rockets on the ground to the general, you know, Call of Duty-esque Soldier 76. Like, it's literally Overwatch if you slowed Overwatch down and put it in an arena shooter setting. The game modes you have.
That's the thing for me. It's almost like they were trying to kind of fill in the niche between something like Valorant and something like Overwatch. And it's just like, I don't think anybody wants that. You know, I think a hero shooter, if it's going to be something like Overwatch, it needs to have quite balanced characters, and gunplay needs to be the main factor. And if you're not going for that, it needs to be actually quite quick and energetic and fun. And this just looks like neither of those. It looks like it doesn't know what it wants to be. And that's why it looks so generic as well. Like I said, it just looks like the sort of game that'd be on the background in a film to look like a real game.
Access
it really does.
to is essentially kill confirmed. You kill somebody,
yes, it is,
you pick
yeah.
up their badge, and that's how you get points. And then as you level up, you unlock domination, 3 points. If you hold 2 out of the 3, you collect points. And then you have the non-respawn mode, 5v5. They didn't even bother getting original with that. Man, they could have done like 3v3v3, 4v4v4. They could have done anything else, but instead they went the just absolute.
Also, the maps look really convoluted for a game like this as well. They almost look like Call of Duty maps from a couple of years ago that were just badly designed for Call of Duty, but you could move around the map a lot quicker. Because map design it's beyond the actual gameplay loop itself and the mechanics of the gunplay. It's incredible. It's probably the second most important thing in a multiplayer shooter, isn't it? And just the way this game seems to work, the maps just seem trash for this kind of game, if I'm honest. I know they probably didn't want to go down the route of you know, the payload kind of situation, because then it would be just like Overwatch. But I think that's better than having these sort of maps, because these just look trash, man.
Most generic route possible with every single thing about this game. The one thing that I actually do like about Concord right now is their cinematic quality. It is.
I will give that. The cinematic quality is insane. Even in the menus, like when you're looking at the facial expressions and the animations on the characters, they're top tier. They really are top tier. But then again, though, this is what I said. You're spending all that money on a story in a multiplayer-only game, which is cool to have a story in a multiplayer-only game. I'm fine with having some sort of progression to the world and the lore, but do you really give a shit about that? If the game's trash, who gives a fuck about progressing in a story in a multiplayer-only game? It's like, who cares?
Fantastic. Now, you could bitch about the writing, you can bitch about the quirky characters, you can bitch about the they, them fucking pronouns, you can bitch about all of that.
It is weird, though. It's like, I get what he's saying, you know. It's not a major thing to be annoyed about. But it's just this weird thing in video games now where if look at it like this, they're putting energy into these things that do not matter to their audience that they're trying to capture to get brownie points from the media and from people who probably don't give a fuck about playing their video game, you know? And that's the thing that kind of like annoys me in a way as well. It's almost insulting to those people who care about that stuff, because as if they don't know, oh, it don't matter, man. The game can be trash, man. We've got they, thems in there, so they're gonna like that. It's like, I don't, you know, most people from any sort of minority, religious group, socio-political group want a fun game at heart. If the game's not fun, who gives a fuck if it caters to your activist mindset? I think only like media activists really give a shit about that sort of stuff. The rest of the game is just gonna be like, yeah, game's trash, moving on.
But the quality level at which they are delivering these cinematics, I have to give them props for. It's something like, as a small, very small dev team, we would love to be able to get to that level and deliver that kind of quality. But the one like big selling feature of Concord is that they're going to be coming out with these weekly or bi-weekly cinematics that give you more backstory.
And I bet you now, after the way the game's going, that will not last more than a month, because that's going to be incredibly, obviously they're going to have a backlog of these things to pump out for the first month or two potentially. That is not going to last, because they're going to be paying voice actors, they're going to be paying a lot of money to cinematic directors, for music, for obviously you know, freaking bloody artists, all that sort of stuff. That is not going to last very long at all. Like I say, this game is probably going to be dead on arrival, so that is going to be one of the first things to get trashed, I'm telling you now.
In lore about these characters, so in
you guarantee month one you'll be getting these cool cinematics of like, look how cool this universe is. By month two, it'll be a little text drop of, oh, the ship crashed, so and so's dead now, we're getting attacked by the new forces, some shit like that. I don't know what the universe is about, but you know, I'm just saying that, like, yeah, I cannot see that going past the opening window of the game.
The same vein as something like Apex, or, you know, something like even Rainbow Six, where we,
unless it is something like that where there's maybe a little 30-second trailer put on their YouTube channel potentially, maybe, and the way they get a little bit of money back is off ad revenue or something.
Get cinematics every season or whatever. This game wants to do it way more frequently and give
not
you
happening.
the lore and the backstory.
Just gonna say
why
now,
we should
not
care
happening.
about these characters. And like, I will say, cool. I don't really consider that a selling point, because
No.
I'll be honest, the way these characters are going and the way it's being built, I'm going to find out about which.
I will give them props though. The facial animations are top tier. Like, whoever was working on that, give that person a raise, or get them in a studio that's making, like, you know, a AAA story game, because they deserve to be working on that sort of stuff, not something like this, in my opinion, because they've done a really good job there. This sort of stuff does not matter in a multiplayer shooter, in my opinion.
Characters are fucking one another on a ship here in the next couple of weeks. It's just going to be a bunch of pandering garbage bullshit. But like, aside from that, I have to give them props on the quality level.
And as well, just for the fact of talking about having that stuff on the characters, you know, they, them, pronouns and stuff. How what's the guess that a lot of these cutscenes are going to be incredibly pretentious. I just feel it, you know. There are going to be so many cutscenes that are probably just, people are going to be like, what the fuck was that? What was that all about?
That they're delivering this. It feels like it's like some sort of like Guardians of the Galaxy, but in this own little Concord universe. The game itself is as generic as it comes, and is in a whole heap of trouble if the Steam charts are anything to go by. For the free beta that is out right now, the game has had an all-time peak of 2,300 players, meaning...
That's wild from a company like PlayStation, isn't it? That's wild. And I think, do you know what's probably not just been a big factor to that? The game looks generic. You've got to pay for it. But you've got to create a PlayStation account as well. People forget, a lot of people on PC hate that fucking shit. You know? I've got a PlayStation account. But when I saw that, I was like, why do I have to do that, Sony? I've got it on Steam. Why do I have to create a PlayStation account? Is it so you can get to your shareholders and say, look how many PlayStation Network users we've got? Like, it's just it's kind of annoying. It's like an extra little thing that's just like, why?
You can't even get people in the door if it was free. The game's going to cost $40 US at launch, which means you're probably not even going to capture a fraction of what you're seeing in this beta, because I don't think people actually give a shit. The game is essentially dead. At this point, I'm calling it a year from now, Concord is going to die unless they make a huge pivot. I don't even think going free to play
I don't think it will save it going free to play, but I think it's all they can do. Because when it comes to a multiplayer game, whether it's like a first-person shooter like this, you know, whatever, an extraction shooter, a battle royale, if you see the numbers are low, you know, if you pay attention to that sort of stuff. I know there's a lot of gamers who probably don't, but I think people do on PC, definitely. If you see the numbers are low, you're not going to buy into that game, especially when you know that the game, your enjoyment in the game revolves around people populating the lobby. Why the hell would you then invest into the game? So it's just a compounding fact. It's like a snowball rolling down the hill. It's just going to pick up speed because people are just like, well, I ain't buying that. No one's playing it. And then less people are buying it. So less people are playing it. And it's just going to get to the point where they have to go free to play, or they're just, you know what, fuck it, it's failed. We'll just hope that maybe the odd person here and there doesn't look at Steam charts and buys the game on sale or something.
Play at this point is a hard enough pivot, because even if it's free to play, now you're on the same level as all of these other titles, but you're still not doing it.
I hate making accounts for games anyway, but I really it's difficult to avoid now. I totally get it, and you know, a lot of games on PC still do kind of make you do that, but it's just frustrating. It's just like it's an extra thing added on to all the problems with this. It's just like I don't really want to mess with this, if I'm honest. Yo, what's going on, Matt? Oh, have you played this? Have you? Is it bad?
Anything to differentiate yourself from the crowd. You could have done such unique game styles here where you're landing on planets.
It's like I say again, and I've just said this, but it's so wild that PlayStation allowed Last of Us factions to get canned after like stringing us along for a couple of years. And this is from somebody who didn't even buy The Last of Us 2, but I would have definitely, if I had to buy the game to get into that, I don't think it was going to be separate, but I would have bought that to play it. Even if I had to get a PlayStation, I might have actually done that. They canned that to buy this company to invest into this. That's just like, talk about the biggest fumble, you know? That's like a 10, you know, you're at the club and a 10 wants it, and then you end up fumbling it and getting off with like some 20-stone freaking mammoth that looks like Gorlock the Destroyer, you know? It's just wild, man.
Trying to capture resource points, let's just say that, and there's 3 different teams. Let's say you're playing for different factions and you want to capture these resources, and you could have taken a page out of Helldiver's book where there's a global war going. You guys just did nothing. It's just a 5v5 fucking domination game mode with they-thems for $40. And this is coming from PlayStation, the same company that canceled Last of Us Factions
exactly
because they couldn't monetize it enough. It did
exactly. It's just mind-boggling to me. That is like one of the most beloved IPs in PlayStation's history nowadays. Really, you know, like there's been some amazing IPs over the years for PlayStation, but Last of Us is like. Even now, even though I didn't play The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us for me is still in my top 10 all-time favourite games. Amazing. And the idea that they would can that for this, yeah, it's just beggars belief, bro.
It didn't have the bones to make enough money. They literally acquired an entire studio and funded this. When will one of these companies wake up? You're asleep at the wheel if you think that this is what people want out of...
Dude, that's what I'm telling you, man. This is why so many companies in the East are rising up so fast now. Not just because of the governmental investment and massive investment from companies like Tencent. It's because they don't give a shit about all of this extra shit that Western companies are trying to cater to. And they're just trying to make games that, 1, are fun, 2, are monetizable, and 3, you know, look good and look appeasing to the male gaze. I know that's a terrible thing nowadays as well.
Multiplayer experiences coming from Sony. And
I'm not even saying games need that. I like a good game at the end of the day. I don't care what's in it. If a game's good, I can deal with all the other stuff. And, you know, even having all of the stuff that this game's got in it, I really don't give a shit. It doesn't bother me. If the game's good, I'm here for it. But, you know, it looks like this game's got all of those issues and it's not very good as well.
Worst part is the game itself isn't that bad. It's nothing to write home about.
It's just mid, isn't it, though?
Definitely nowhere near the worst game I've played.
And I can't really say that it's mid, because I haven't played it. I am not one of those gamers going to say, oh, game's trash. I haven't played it, but it just looks mid. You know, it just looks so generic, and it seems like the general consensus is that that's the case. And I won't follow that up by saying, well, it obviously is, because I'm definitely a type of person, I have to try something and play something before I'll even say that. Do you know what it kind of looks like as well? Sometimes it looks like they're trying to make it look a little bit like Destiny in points as well, almost. But it just fails at all of these things.
Played. God, fuck no, it's not even in the same realm. The game does feel okay to play. The hit reg seems to be good. Connections are good. The player controllers feel good. Visual.
That's not enough for a first-person shooter, though, is it, nowadays? You know, it's not good enough that it feels tight and hit reg is good. That's the basic things that you should get from a shooter, isn't it? It's like having a driving game and being like, well, the cars handle good if the rest of the game's trash. That's a good basis to start from, but it's not going to make the game good, is it?
Visually, the game looks good. It just came out 10 years too late. If this would have released in 2014, I think you would have had a hit. But as of right this second, in my opinion, Concord is a been there, done that. I want to know your guys' thoughts.
Kind of looks
There's
like
a
that,
free
doesn't it,
weekend
really?
going on right now.
The more I look at it, actually, it does look like that. It's like it's trying to be Overwatch and Destiny, especially as it's using this character. Like, this feels so much like a worse version of Destiny, almost, the way it looks and the way he's moving around. You know what I mean?
2,300
Am I wild
peak
thinking
at the time
that?
of recording this video. It has about 1,200 people playing. I played a few games, jumped in, and I could feel it right off the bat. In 2 of the games I played, I saw the same people. It's already dead, and it hasn't even fucking released yet. And based on their job listings on LinkedIn, they have spent a fuckload of money.
Oh, dude, you know they have. Just looking at the cutscenes, they have spent a crazy amount of money on that shit. You can just tell. The game looks flashy in the cutscenes.
I'm gonna call it. I think Concord shuts down in 365 days or less.
I agree. That's what I said.
Maybe Sony tries to drag that corpse like you.
This shit's going free to play not long after launch. It might even go free to play on launch. If they're smart, they'll do that. I feel like a bit of hubris is going to kick in where they're going to go like, no, trust me, the launch is going to be good. People are going to look at it on PlayStation because PlayStation's going to carry it on launch. And then, you know, because PlayStation IP multiplayer-wise, it's not the best in that sense. You know, they're probably going to be like, oh, sweet, PlayStation IP, first party, you know, it's a multiplayer game. So it'll probably have a, I won't say a decent amount of sales, but enough that they think, well, then people on PC will be like, oh, let's get on this bandwagon. That's not going to happen, man. This game needs to go free to play before it launches. How they'll get around all that sort of stuff, I don't know. But it's definitely going to be free to play within the first 6 months, in my opinion. And I don't think the game's going to last past a year. Maybe 18 months if they're lucky.
Ubisoft tries to do with all of their titles that aren't popular. I don't know. I just think that this game is dead on arrival. Let me know your thoughts down below. While you're down there, subscribe for more content just like this. My name is Big Fry, and I will not see you in Concord.
Big rip, man. Big rip to think that they cancelled factions and then decided this is where they were going to put their eggs, man. That's just wild. You know, they got that basket and that shit got stamped on straight away, didn't he? Yeah, you should definitely check out Big Fry as well if you haven't, guys. Does some great content. Concord is already dead on arrival. As somebody who hasn't even played it, I think I concur on that, actually. That game's going to go free to play quick, and if it doesn't, then it's going to die even faster than a year, in my opinion. The game's done, though. I think it's done, if I'm honest. No one wants these shitty games. What's the chance that there will be someone who bangs out Suicide Squad on this? Dude, it's just, exactly, yeah, it's a combination of elements that other games have done better. It feels like, in a sense, a little bit Ubisoft in that sense. Ubisoft are always a few years late to the party. You know, you get this boom of this sort of genre, and then they look at it and go, ooh, we'll do that in 5 years' time, but worse, you know? And expect people to be, like, falling over themselves to play it. Yeah, it's just wild to me that they drop factions for that. It's just like, whoever made that decision, and if it was purely based on the monetizable aspect of it, I just don't understand how they couldn't monetize a factions-based game. It just seems so simple to me that they could monetize elements of your homestead or your group, you know, where it was in that. You could even connect your Facebook friends, so like you'd see people on your Facebook have died and all that sort of stuff. They could monetize all that element to it. In terms of farming and like how to get extra stuff that could sell a pass that makes things happen faster on your settlement to give you perks in game or something. They could sell weapon skins, character skins. They could have crossovers with other games and that, because it's a multiplayer, it doesn't really matter. They could have crossovers from other games and add them in. You know, they could have you know, I know it's not a zombie game, but Jesus Christ, it sells right there. Characters from Resident Evil in the multiplayer factions of The Last of Us. It's like, how is that difficult? But I'm like, well, nah, we don't know if we can monetize that. Let's go fucking buy this company and make this trash first-person shooter, because that's going to kill it. Like, it's so weird, some of these companies, the decisions they make, just wild, man. It's almost like these suits don't play video games, isn't it? It's crazy for Sony to do it as well, actually, because, like, as I said, Sony kill it on their IP. Well, I think, do you know what it is? It's complacency. And I'm going to blame Xbox here. And I was like, wait, what the fuck's it got to do with Xbox? Because Xbox has fell off so hard in terms of competing with PlayStation in the stuff that they put out. It's allowed Sony to become really complacent to do this sort of shit. Because the way it's been for quite a few years, and not so much in the Xbox 360 space, but you seem to be like, Xbox was a bit more multiplayer orientated, wasn't it? And PlayStation was more like really good story-based single-player games, and you got good shit. And I know that Sony have been lacking that for a while, and they want that, they want their, version of a Call of Duty game to be able to just rake in a shit ton of money, because now, especially with Microsoft owning Activision Blizzard, they need to make sure that they try and corner a bit of that market. But then they do it with this. It's like you've got, and everybody knows as well that new IPs never do as well as, IPs that have, like, got themselves set up and are known. Like, The Last of Us is a massive IP for PlayStation. Like, why not use that world to create a multiplayer gaming? Like, it's just like a home run, isn't it? Like, to decide to, like, nah, we're going to go down a new IP route and invest a shit ton of money into it. And that's going to somehow compete with things like Call of Duty. It's fucking mental, man. I'll tell you what game looks way better than that. That I think is going to be free to play. That I tried to get into the playtest for, but didn't get into. Is that Fragpunk? That game actually looks kind of cool, Game actually looks kind of cool. The only dev I've heard nowadays who plays their own games is Miyazaki. What a shocking stat padding game. It's like, watch it as well, Kojima, these people who care about the games, lo and behold, they make good games and play games. They tend to make good games because they kind of know what gamers want, because they're gamers, aren't they? This is a problem where I said as well, when you let suits and you let political activists, like these Sweet Baby get involved in games. I know it's kind of like the cool thing to rally on them at the minute, but apparently they were involved in this Flintlock, weren't they? And that seems to have had a bit of a floppy launch. I still want to play that game. But I just think that, like, this is what I was talking about earlier. We were speaking about this whole issue that was going on with Hoyo, and they've got an area that's supposedly based on, which to me is just wild anyway. I think if a fantasy game's based on any part of the world or inspired by bloody France, Africa, China, I don't think the characters have to represent those areas, because at the end of the day, it's a fantasy game that's just taking inspiration from that area to build a world within their fantasy world. So it doesn't even have to look like that. But the idea that people thought China were going to give a shit about all those Western virtue signals about, well, the characters are going to look like this because that's what we think. Western companies, like, are just so intertwined in all of that activist political ideology that goes on now in the West. And it's really starting to affect certain games, isn't it? To the point where, I'm not saying that caring about particular things or having representation in games makes them bad. Of course it doesn't, because it just doesn't. If a game's good, it's good. And as I said, I don't care who I'm playing as or what I'm playing as. If the game's good, the game's good. Some people do. Definitely not me. And I'm all up for representation in video games. But I think it just shows that energy in video games is being put more towards that sort of stuff than actually making a game. The Assassin's Creed situation is a perfect example of that. They got sold a lie about a dude who did exist, but was never the thing that they believed he was, from a dude who'd made it all up. You know what I mean? And now we've got Chinese MPs investigating Assassin's Creed for, like, cultural sabotage of Japanese history. And in this desire to try and appease, like, ideas that we have in the West, we've actually got, not we, because I ain't involved in that shit. You've got Western corporations offending other cultures because they're so desperate to look like they are the good guys in all that shit. And they end up kind of being the bad guy because, they can't just create new cool things and have representation in these new cool things. They've got to try and change things that are already existing, which is fine by me. I don't give a shit. But some people do care, and the Japanese, one thing the Japanese care about is their culture and their history, don't they? So start fucking around with that shit. You're not going to please them, especially when it's all lies, That's the thing. All that shit about that, I don't know what the fucking dude's name was, but it was all made up by a dude, you know. Like, that dude did exist, but he was never what the people who work for Ubisoft were saying he was, you know, when they're saying, oh, this is all based on history and people are just mad. And it's like, well, it wasn't, no, because you got fooled by a charlatan. Wild, man. Yeah, exactly, Matt. Like, honestly, there's some people, I know there is some people, because there are people like that say a game is trying to be representative and trying to, you know, it even has some activism in, let's say, and the game's really good, will rally against the game because it's got those things in. I won't. If a game's good, I don't care what story it's trying to tell or who it's trying to represent, because the game's good at the end of the day. And I suppose if it's doing a cool thing in representing something that's happened in our world or a historical thing that people don't know about, that's really cool to see. But the game's got to be good. If you're pushing all that shit into a bad product, it's like, what are we doing here? You know? What are we doing here? Are you making games or you're trying to be a fucking activist? Like, why don't you go and fucking get a Just Stop Oil t-shirt on and go and glue yourself to the road at that point? Because you're not making games. You're making what you think people should think. And I don't like that. You know? I'm okay with you adding that sort of stuff in if you're going to make a game first and then be like, hey, I've got this cool story to tell that's important to me and will be important to a lot of people. It won't be important to everybody and might even piss some people off, but at the heart of it, it's good. So it's like, okay, you know, that's fine. Problem is they make trash and then wrap all this shit around it and try and pretend that when people don't like it, they're like, whoa, it's because you're one of them isms or a bigot, you know? And it's just like, it's so overdone now and boring, you know? I think people are waking up to it. And even people who are kind of a little bit more, you know, open to that sort of stuff are like, yeah, I can see through this. Dude, I swear, I need to stop, man. I'm turning... Jesus Christ, that scared the shit out of me. Hey, thank you very much for the 3 months, bro. Appreciate it. That scared the crap out of me, I'm not gonna lie. I swear, I'm turning into Asmongold the last few streams, man. We've been getting on, and I'm like 3 hours into a stream, and I played no video games. Yeah, exactly, Matt. I am totally cool with like even a political message being pushed in the game that I disagree with, because at the end of the day, I love games being a vehicle for art, being a vehicle for history, being a vehicle for social, cultural issues, whether past, present, potential future, contemporary things that are going on now. I think just like books, films, TV shows, and art, video games can be used for that. But at the core of it, a video game has to be a good video game, doesn't it? Otherwise, at that point, you may as well just go and make art or just go and be an activist, because you're just going to piss people off then, because people are going to be like, okay, my game, I'm getting shit games now just for your message, which devalues the message at the end of the day, doesn't it? You know, it's kind of like these Just Stop Oil people. I think most people want to see us look after the environment, don't they? But then when you see people allowing women to have strokes on the way to hospital because they've got a message to spread, you're almost like, you know what? I want to go and tip oil in the ocean now. I wouldn't, and I don't. But you know what I mean? It makes you think, fuck your message. I don't want to listen to your message anymore. You know, you're stopping me getting to work. You're stopping me getting one of my relatives to the hospital to make them feel better. And I just feel like that sort of stuff's coming into video games without the game actually being good. You know, like these Just Stop Oil could have a really good way of going about putting their messages out there, but they just don't, do they? And at the end of the day, I don't think they care, because the people that are funding them, I think it's just more about being relevant, you know? I think they understand that shock jock, you know, bad media is good nowadays, isn't he? You know what I mean? I like a good meme, but it's like, dude, that Hawk Tour girl, was it Jake Paul's fight? Now, I don't give a shit about Jake Paul, but the idea that, because she said, yo, a good way to keep a dude is spitting on his dick, and that she's actually making crazy amount of money off that now, it's just wild, man. It's wild, innit? It's like, what? Yo, we are in the last days of Rome, really. Like, I'm okay with stuff being funny, and I'm like, you know what, memes are funny and all that, and it's cool. But then when people start making a living off that sort of thing, it's just like, what's happening, man? What's happening? Yo, what's going on, the Stone Bud? You been taking the time off from YT? Okay, fairs. Sometimes you gotta do, bro, man, you know. the internet is a crazy place. It's not good for your mental health sometimes, and sometimes, you know, life just gets ahead of it. It was, oh, Joe Biden stepped down as well, yeah. He's out of the race, yeah. I think we all saw that coming, to be fair. Give me a second, yeah. Yeah, it is. It is, Studsa. It really is. I think I saw she was paid $30,000. I could be wrong on the exact number, but it was a lot. It was more than 20 anyway. She was paid an exorbitant amount of money to be a judge at a bikini contest at some kind of bar. Now, I ain't hating on her, you know. At the end of the day, don't hate the player, hate the game. Because let's face it, if I said something stupid on an interview one day and then people were like, we want to give you money for just turning up at thing, I'm going to be like, oh, all right, okay, whatever. It's just that people do that. That's wild. And that some place would pay that much money to be a judge, as if like, she knows how to suck dick, that she's going to be a good judge on a bikini contest, I guess. All right, dude, no worries. But you're making content, you mean, or are you back like just being on YouTube? I wanna watch this video here as well.
Dylan Pouston.
We just watched the video from this guy. We'll check this out in a second. Let me just go and get myself a drink, man. The most unhinged take on the Genshin drama. I think this is going to be talking about the new area in Genshin that's supposedly, I don't know because I haven't played Genshin for a while, supposedly inspired by, I don't know if it's like Africa or somewhere in the Middle East, and all the characters are white. Who'd have thought a Chinese company's not going to bother with that sort of stuff? And this is the thing as well, which gets me. People are like, I'm shocked that a Chinese company isn't putting more black characters in the game, and then forgetting that, oh, do you remember when like the Marvel films were airing in China? They were literally airbrushing black characters out of the posters, and you're surprised. Wild. I'm back in a sec. Oh, he made me a cup of tea as well, so. Alright. Let's see what this video is about then, shall we? Ready to delve into the insane mind of the Genshin player?
Oh no. Oh no, we gotta watch this. Serbin Madil
Black characters should not exist in Genshin Impact drama.
Pouston. Black characters should not exist. All right, here we go. It's our guy.
Now, that's a clickable title.
Hello, guys.
This is my new favorite YouTuber, by the way.
Hello,
thanks for the follow.
guys. I just logged in a few days ago on Twitter and I saw something very weird, something disturbing that some people, I guess, mostly black.
I'm just gonna go off just listening to the accents that it won't be a shock if this person's potentially got a racist take.
Guys or African guys.
Dude, the way he says black. Oh no! Oh no! Should I like scan for like any? Should I like look at the transcript here to make sure there's not any like
You pre-scan it for me, bro. I appreciate it.
drops? Any bombs? Okay, I think we're good. I'm gonna like tentatively. I'm ready to like all F4 this.
Guys or African guys want the this is the original characters, right? They want them to be like black or blacker or darker skin tones, which is weird, guys, because who in the fuck cares that a character is white, black, or yellow or
Okay, I don't know if this is going to turn into an unhinged take, but in principle, I agree with what he's saying there. Who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter at the end of the day. I understand, I do genuinely understand that some people want representation and want to see themselves in these sort of stuff. But I play these games because I want to pull big titty waifus. I'm not a big titty waifu. I definitely don't see myself as like, you know, a hot, sexy, red-headed, huge titty woman who can shoot electricity out of her fingertips. But I get it. I understand. I get it. And I do agree as well. I don't know if he's going to say this, but I agree with his take that some people have had, just because a fantasy world might even potentially be based on a particular part of the world that we live in. It doesn't necessarily mean that those characters that inhabit that world have to look like the real life people that do inhabit that part of the world. And this is coming from somebody who loves sci-fi and fantasy, you know. Many races in fantasy are based on cultures and historical situations that have happened in our real world, should I say. But guess what? Elves aren't real, you know. Orcs aren't real, you know. Goblins aren't real. You know, there's lots of races in things like sci-fi, Star Trek, for example, that are kind of based on cultures within our own world. You know, just look at the Federation and the Romulan Star Empire. A lot of that is kind of the Cold War between the US and the West and the Soviet Union in the past. That's not saying that, you know, Vulcans should look like Russians and vice versa, you know, like the game, or dude, Star Trek saying that freaking people from Moscow look like fucking pointy-eared dudes with like super big eyebrows. It's like, come on, you know? They don't have to represent what we expect them to look like. I think that's just kind of like a really generic way to look at how fantasy should be. But I also understand from a different standpoint, people would like to have some representation, and there's nothing wrong with wanting characters that look like you in a game. But then I think we've got to understand these are Chinese companies that do not give a damn about the Western values and the Western culture and the Western idea of what's should be and what is and what isn't nowadays. And a lot of the people who get mad about this stuff have been, you know, joyous about the way the world is going at the minute, you know, in the terms of the West doesn't have this hegemony of entertainment and power. Because let's face it, you know, the world is changing now. Like, countries like America don't necessarily have this grip in terms of entertainment and social political viewpoints. You know, really, everywhere in the world doesn't really look to America as this pinnacle of how to live so much nowadays, do they? Where maybe just 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it really was. Everybody wanted to live the American dream, so to speak. And with the rise of Chinese corporations and corporations from places like wherever, you know, wherever it might be, they don't subscribe to the same cultural viewpoints that we do. And these companies are not going to fold like Western companies when people demand representation in particular ways. Western companies will fold like a cheap deck chair in terms of, like, you know, making sure that they don't get cancelled and that there's the media are not against them. Companies like Huyo are just not going to give a damn because they make most of their money in China and they just don't give a shit about all of that sort of stuff. So they're going to appease that group of their community more than anybody. But let's see what this dude's got to say, because just listening to him, I feel like the take's going to get a little bit unhinged. Yeah, I agree, KD. You know, and I just don't think that's going to change either, really, if I'm honest, because they want to appease the Chinese audience. And that's why, if you look at, like, even a lot of films that get launched in China, black characters and actors tend to be, like, reduced in where they are on, like, even the posters and stuff. You want to just got to look at, like, I think it was the Marvel films, wasn't he? You know, a lot of, and was it Spider-Man or something? I don't know. It was a couple of things. Star Wars as well, I think. You know, a lot of those characters, if not airbrushed out, were really reduced in size because, you know, I'll leave you to come to your own conclusions on that sort of stuff.
Or green or whatever. This, guys, it's a game.
Did he just say yellow?
I don't want
You
your
can't-
fucking political...
You can't say that, Serban. This guy is definitely Eastern European. Eastern Europeans are like omega racist, actually.
I'm not disagreeing. But I think as well, for us to just take that take, it's kind of like, aren't we being stereotypical by saying something like that? I think we are. And I think it's fair to say that he did add green in there as well. I think he was just making a general statement in, you know, I get what he's saying. I get what both people are saying, though. You know, you got to be careful.
Game. I don't want your fucking political views to come into this shit or this game or Genshin or whatever
Is this dude Eastern European or is he like Mediterranean?
game. Why would a game need to accommodate black fucking characters? The game comes from Japan, China, whatever there is. That's mostly a yellow state or a yellow
Okay, all right. Okay, things are getting a little bit wild now.
word, a yellow country or a white country. Who cares? Why would people or a small minority of people who are
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Now I'm listening to a bit more. It does sound a bit more Eastern European, like potentially, like you say, Polish, Russian, Lithuanian, Estonian or something maybe.
are vocal want these cute little characters. I mean, look at those. They are so good and well made. What would they want to make them black? They
See, like, okay, this dude's definitely, you know, that doesn't look bad to me. Still looks cute. Still looks, you know, attractive to me. But like, I think expecting China to do that, I think that's the wildest thing here, really, if I'm honest. Again, I think this is like Western audiences thinking if we shout enough, we're used to companies just folding. I think we've got to get used to that not being the case now. If we're going to play games that come from China, they ain't really going to listen to that sort of stuff.
No, I'm so scared. Is he... Serban, are you gonna... Don't drop a bomb on me. Okay.
This dude sounds insanely based in a way, but I feel like it'd be kind of funny listening to him in a Valorant game. You know, you wouldn't agree with any of the viewpoints that are coming out his mouth, but you'd probably chuckle at some of the wild shit he said.
I really like...
Agreed. They do. It's the same in a lot of the Asian countries, isn't it? There is a lot of people over there that will bleach their skin, won't they, to look lighter. I believe it's... I don't, like, quote me on this, but I believe there's a lot of that in India as well, especially with the caste system. That lighter skin is seen as more... I don't know the word I'm looking for, you know, as more as an appealing thing to look at, which, you know, is sad that people think like that. And I think that's probably, you know, hey, it might have something to do with the West. It might be just how people feel within these cultures as well. It doesn't necessarily... I know people do like to apply that to the West and be like, well, this is all on America and, you know, the West's fault if that's the traditional beauty standards. Or, you know, I don't know. I think it's a bit more complex than that. But like I say, looking at that character, to me, that character looks gorgeous, man. You know, I really don't see an issue with it looking like that. But again, I don't think we can expect a Chinese company to listen to that sort of stuff.
I really like them black. I think they're like pretty equal. I like... Honestly, a lot of people said she liked her. I don't know their names yet. Dark skin. I kind of liked her dark skin. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I like Rihanna. Anyways, but...
I actually agree. Actually, she does look better tan, doesn't she? I think especially because of the blonde hair. I think the contrast just looks really nice, actually, especially with the eye color as well.
Would they want to make them black? They look just so bad as a black character.
I disagree with that.
fucking black.
Obviously, he's got his preference, which I think it's clear to see what his preference is. He's not saying it, but I think it's kind of clear. But I definitely disagree with that. They look fucking great, in my opinion.
Character is almost.
The only one that I would say probably looks better is this one here. I don't know who this is. I think just, for me, like redheaded characters tend to look better with pale skin because I think it makes the hair pop. It makes everything pop a little bit more. But it doesn't look bad. But I think this one definitely looks better tan. I think this one does as well, actually. This really doesn't make a difference because it just looks like that could be a character in different light, if I'm honest.
So fucking bad. You cannot give me a good character into the fucking gacha games. A black character is a good character. Or maybe I'm wrong. Let's see. A black gacha character. Can I find something? What are these? No, these are not blacks.
I like how he's using Twitter as like a barometer. Like
In Genshin. Is there any black in Genshin? Or something like that? Whatever.
I don't
Let's
think there
go
is,
to
is there?
original shit. So, guys, who are these retarded people who are writing on Twitter or taking
that. I'm thinking that it's definitely like Russian or you know, like you say, Polish or something. They are the roles on the R
the
there.
time of their day to post about this? I mean, look at this shit.
Again, that looks actually. I was talking about the red hair and the light skin there. That looks great to me. That does.
Why would they be
She's I think she looks good.
Yeah, I agree.
black? I mean, sure, they could make some characters
Agree, Matt. He does, doesn't he? That one, yeah, yeah.
black and make them
It's
good.
the way he says black as well. That's what's cracking me up. Dude, like, says it, like, really viscerally, doesn't he?
But if that's the idea of the character, there's
Okay, he's not racist, chat. I was saying that he sounds racist, but he's not. He just said they can make them black and make them good. To be clear, and I think he's all culpability I think's lost. He did give some plausible deniability there.
idea of the character. There's the design. Why would they switch it so they have diversity? Because I don't know, man. Diversity is fine for people who want to do that. But if people don't want to do that, don't tell them they need to do diversity. Diversity is something that maybe you want to do if you're mostly played in black countries like America or whatever. But in China,
Yeah.
in Japan,
You know, I think what he's saying there is true, in the sense that, because I'm guessing, like he's saying about China and that there, he's right. Those countries don't want that. You know, you're talking about countries that are homogenous, very homogenous, and I think they want to stay like that as well. You know, hey, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe some Chinese people watching this and people within the powers that be will be like, no, that's not what we want. But I don't get that vibe. You know, I love Japan and I love Japanese culture, but Japan is very much like that as well. I think younger people are starting to change their viewpoints a little bit, but they're very homogenous countries, especially in Asia, aren't they? And I'm not saying they don't see other races as less. I'm not saying that, but they're just very homogenous, aren't they? And you can't expect them to think the same way as we do. So I've got to admit, on those points, he is speaking facts, really. And he's not necessarily saying he's got a problem with it as well. It's just the way he's saying it. He's being quite, you know, that makes it sound like maybe this dude's probably got a problem with it as well.
I don't think the majority of people are black. 100%. I mean, let's see.
Okay, we're gonna get some stats here.
Okay.
China black percentage. Is there something like that?
He's a stats man.
First thing that comes up is China black.
Touch people. Let's see. So the population of China is 1.4 billion, and pre-pandemic black people made up about 500,000,
True.
or about 0.04% of the population. So
I'm not even gonna lie, that's higher than what I would have thought. But China's such a big country, isn't it? That, you know, it's it makes sense.
Why would they need to make these characters black if most of the people are white? Please illuminate. I am
I mean, I don't think they're white in China, but
fucking white, but I don't care. I will play this game because I like the game. I like the playstyle. I like the story. I like whatever it is. Not because the character is black, white, or yellow, right? So let me guys know what you guys think.
wow.
Is this something that you care? Is this something that you don't care?
Like, man, this might be a real hot take here. People really might not like these, but I can't disagree necessarily with what he's saying. The way he's saying it is not exactly, you know, how we would probably say over in the West, PC. But, you know, like, he's right in saying that there's parts of the world that just don't fuck with that shit, and you can't expect them to do that. And by kind of trying to push the way we see things on them is kind of like, you know, does that really make us any better? Because we're looking at the because like one thing we love to do in the West, we love to raise up cultural diversity and identity when it looks good, don't we? But the second something doesn't align with the things that we consider important values, we're quick to be like, well, they should change now. And it's like the same people are saying that have got real big problems with like imperialistic viewpoints, and it's like, you're kind of doing that thing that you're saying you hate there. You're expecting other cultures to fit into your narrative of what things should be. And it's not going to happen. You know, China's such a powerful and rich country now. They ain't going to give a shit about that stuff.
Is this something that was created by mentally ill people or not? Let me guys know.
That was unhinged.
Is it created by some mentally ill people or not? It's his accent that makes it even better, man. Like, just, oh my god. Okay, that was actually kind of hilarious. All right, I'm glad we watched that. I don't know what's happening, but I don't know what is that game. Does that game exist? We're talking about the game that's on screen there. That's Genshin Impact. Yeah, that game definitely exists and it's massive. Or are you talking about the game that we might be titled under on YouTube under Throne on Liberty, which we haven't played any of. But yeah, that game exists as well.
That was, I mean, it's to be expected from Serban, Medell, and Pustin at this point.
Okay, have we ever... He's giving it a like.
He wasn't.
Is it really to be expected? I think that in itself, my opinion, is kind of a stereotypical statement to make. I'm not saying, listening to that dude, I will agree. I think he might harbour some views that people might be like, okay, dude, you know, probably not a good idea. But I think in what he was actually saying about Genshin and China, I don't think any of what he said was untrue. You know, we've got to accept that there's stuff we like from certain countries that don't align with our political or social cultural viewpoints at all. It's just the way it is, man. The world's a diverse place, and we love diversity in the West until the diversity is sometimes a thought, don't we? You know, when it doesn't align with what we think something should be.
Losing it majorly.
Yo, I know that you...
Okay, that was funny.
Serban,
Medellen, Houston. Okay, based. Fuck me, dude. I thought it was going to be way worse than that, if I'm honest. I genuinely thought it was going to be way worse than that. I was expecting some, you know, some very harsh language. I just think dude doesn't give a fuck. I think that's the problem sometimes. I think we hear, you know, some people's honest thoughts on things and we just straight go to like, wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down now, bro. Alright, let's check this video out, actually. I want to check this out. Punishing Grey Raven shocks players. I do want to get back on PGR, actually. I've played a little bit of it. A little bit of it. But I do want to get back on the game. I enjoyed what I played of it, actually. I've just been focused, really, on playing Wuthering Waves and Zenless on Zero recently. So we are going to get round to it at some point again. Let's see what Sticks has got to say, anyway. What does it do? What's shocking?
Right, so this is what I was supposed to take a look at, right? What is it? Which one? The Alpha Crimson Weave skin and the... Okay, so look at these two. Join me every Friday and Saturday.
I'm just going to say, with it being sticks, it's going to be some Kuma take, isn't it? It's going to be like some super hot character and dude's just going to be Kuming all over the place. I can see it.
Doing ESD over on Twitch at Sticks and Mrs. Sticks. Holy...
Okay, respect the jiggle physics.
Oh, the bounce on... Okay. Oh my god.
Dude, like, I was so, like... I don't want to say the word disappointed, but I was, like, kind of surprised of how the combat actually plays in Punishing Grey Raven. Because when I first saw it, somebody in my chat was like, dude, you need to check out Punishing Grey Raven if you like Wuthering Waves. And I saw the comment, I was like, holy cow, dude, the combat looks fucking great. And then I played it and I was like, oh, it doesn't play anything like what I thought it was going to play like. Not saying that the play style's bad, but I was hoping it would, you know, feel a lot more like Wuthering Waves does.
Dude, her combat style is crazy. Holy...
Not gonna lie, I'm struggling to see what the fuck's going on screen though, if I'm honest.
Oh my god, that's a clusterfuck of
I must admit though, my monkey brain's like, yes.
animations and special effects. Like, you can tell that Wuthering Waves is done by the same studio, right, chat?
Yeah, definitely visually. Dude, I swear to God, I feel like I ain't even got epilepsy, but I feel like I'd have a fit off playing this game for too long, if I'm honest with this character. Like, Jesus Christ, bro. Like, this game must have a... like I said, I played it. He's got to have some serious seizure warnings on the go.
God damn.
Character looks dope, though.
Oh, she has a flamey eye, kind of like Black Rock Shooter.
One thing I do like about PGR, and I hope they do implement into Wuthering Waves, though, is they're able to buy skins for characters, because I just don't understand why more gacha games don't do that. It just seems like it's a money printing machine, you know? Because obviously a major part of like Wuthering Waves, of gacha games, obviously you've got the meta because you want better characters. But let's face it, there's a reason why waifus sell better than the male characters, is because there's a lot of people who want to see big booba waifus. And it just makes sense, doesn't it, to like have different skins so your character that you've put money in, you can make look different as well by either investing more money or maybe potentially having some in-game options to obtain them. Just seems like a no-brainer to me.
Damn, she is hot, chat.
Yes, I need to play Tower of Fantasy. Like, a lot of people rally against Tower of Fantasy, but I just want to try it out. This week, we're gonna try Tower of Fantasy. We're gonna do a new player Tower of Fantasy stream maybe, so everybody come and roast me how shit I am at the game.
So when are we getting a crossover between Punishing Grey Raven and Wuthering Waves, so we can have her?
Dude, she looks awesome actually. This like flaming tattoo design here is freaking epic actually. I'm really liking that.
Because I would totally be down.
She's like proper metal, isn't she? The beginning is pretty crap, to be honest. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say the launch of the game was bad and that they've just handled it bad as well. But I must say, though, I'm really looking forward to that Never Needs to Ever Needs. Like, I think they did a banger of a trailer showing off that gameplay the other day.
Damn. Epilepsy impact. This is more...
Epilepsy impact, you know, I like that.
chaotic, yeah. You prefer Punishing Grey Raven combat mechanics to WuWa? That's perfectly fine. Oh my god, look at that bounce.
Oh, what, did you watch the Never Needs to Ever Needs video, did you?
What is this? This is Alpha Weave Crimson. The Alpha Weave Crimson coding? Yeah, damn. I think here is more gameplay. Or this looks like it might be a trailer for it, maybe?
I really like her design though, man. I'm digging that design.
Dude, that is so sick. Oh my god, that is... There's so much, you know, there's so much personality there. She's so lively.
Looks like the metal Changli almost in a way.
Expect outfits WuWa? Eventually, I'm sure we will. Dude, they just move as she breathes. They bounce around so much. Damn, yeah. What is this music though?
Yeah, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I like that.
Oh, I thought something really cool was gonna happen.
Oh, that's kind of cool, though, man. Like spirits and skeletons.
この左腕の
Oh my god, chat.
Dude, what a banner image.
Skin. Holy crap. I like the emphasis though that they had on
Yeah, I know what you like, dude. I know what you
her
like.
assets. I understand why people are so interested in you know, obtaining this. Dude, we need a character like this in WuWa.
Yo, what's going on,
Stat.
Neon? Sticks acts like a single thirsty ass teenager. For real, bro. Dude's got like a nurse. His missus is just as bad though, man. She's a full-on Kuma as well. I can't say anything, you know. I can't say anything. As soon as I like see a big boober waifu character, I'm sold, you know. I think Sticks is another level though, if I'm honest.
Look at Gion. He's literally standing there like, yep, we need a character like Alpha. We definitely do.
Hey, I would not say no to that character being in Wuthering Waves. Not gonna lie, she looks like she
I was
could go
supposed to take a look
right
at-
alongside Changli, if I'm honest. Right alongside her. Which I can't wait for Changli, actually. Dude, watch me lose my 50-50. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I see it happening. I watched a bit of this video. He's privated the well, he's not privated the video now. He's made it it's only members can react to it. I must admit, I had some seriously bad takes in that video. Really bad takes. But you know, it happens to the best of us, I guess. It happens to the best of us. Hold up a second. I spend a little bit. Oh, you just reminded me. Actually, I need to buy the asteroid. I've had the asteroid pass since day one. I've bought the podcast as well twice. And I did. I think I got the £30 asteroid bundle. That's it though. I'd say I probably spent like 90 quid, 90 GBP. But I'm the person, like, I don't necessarily to do it out of FOMO. Like, for me, you know, I don't really like do too much stuff in terms of going out and spending a lot of cash now, if I'm honest. Like, only when me and Rosie go out for food. But the way I look at it, you can go out for food on a Friday night, have a bit of food, have a couple of drinks, and you'll spend 100 quid. And you know, obviously, great, you make good memories, good bit of time, you're out for a few hours, and then it's over. Where obviously, I'll be doing that more all the time because, you know, I want to make good memories with my missus. Because obviously that'd be weird not to. Don't know why I'm like over explaining this, like, you know, I need to. But the way I see it, like, for me, if I like can get 20 hours out of a video game and it's free, I see that as a really good return on investment, you know. And if I then think, you know what, I'm going to spend a tenner on a game, I've spent 50 pence for every hour of gameplay. Nowadays, that's cheap, you know. You go out and do anything out and get some enjoyment for 20 hours, you're going to spend a lot of freaking money. So if I can get 100, 200 hours out of a game, I really don't mind putting 100 quid into a game. I see that as a really good return on investment. And I've got to have put well over 100 hours into Wuthering Waves now, I would imagine. I think I spent like 30 quid on Genshin Impact. but that was chat basically tipping me and telling me to buy stuff in that. So, you know, I blame chat. And I bought the Star Rail pass a couple of times in Honkai Star Rail. Probably spent about £40 in Star Rail as well. But they're the only three that I've ever spent money in. All the other gacha games that I've actually like played, I've been free to play. I haven't spent a penny in Zenless yet. I say yet because I do like Zenless. So I guess we'll see. Yeah, other than that, really, I've probably spent about 300 quid in Fortnite back in the day. That, again, was chat telling me to buy stuff, so I blame chat for pushing me into bad habits. Probably spent about 300 quid in Valorant as well, actually, because Valorant's expensive, and I bought a few skins in that, and probably, I don't know, 50 quid on COD over the years. So I'm a spender, but I'm a very, very, very small spender. I'm a very small fish in a very small puddle, you know, where, like, whales would laugh at me. Did they change the launch date for Chang Li's banner? I don't know. I don't think so. I'm not even 100% sure. When does Chang Li's banner drop, actually? Spent about 500 in Terra Fantasy. End of the day, though, if you've got enjoyment take to that, I don't judge you for that. I know there's a lot of people out there that be like, you know, they'll have a snarky tone towards people who spend in video games. But at the end of the day, the same people will do that. You know, they'll go and, like, spend a couple of £100 on a weekend and not remember it because they got blitzed. So, or, you know, spend hundreds of pounds on a pair of trainers here and there. Have a look. When is her launch? The 22nd. Shit, it's tomorrow. 7 p.m. So. Oh, it's been tonight for America, yeah, then. Hey, is that right? I think it'll be 7, I want to say Pacific Standard Time tonight. So it'll be early hours of the morning for me. Shit, dude, I ain't even streaming tomorrow daytime either. Not that it like really matters. I'll stream in the evening though. Maybe we'll try and get on for a few hours tomorrow afternoon. I got physio though tomorrow. So I'll go wet my shoulder. Elsie's barking at. Hold up 2 seconds. Give me a sec. Yeah, I want to look at this as well, actually.
So Zenless and
Check that out in a sec. Zenless apparently plagiarizing characters and stuff. Dude, Review Tech USA has been having like a massive fall into craziness, yeah. Oops. Okay, it seems like the Raid Shadow Legends adverts was going around again recently. Because Kazahana did one, and so was Skull CJ. And it's wild that it feels like those companies must just like waste their money sometimes. Because they usually get anywhere between a few thousand to like 20k, 30k views on the videos, and both of them put out a raid video, a sponsored video, and he got less than 1,000 views each. So it's kind of funny, that is. Hey, you never know. You never know, bro. You know, stranger things have happened. I've seen people do it. That's why I was super jealous about the whole Jinsei thing. You know, there was people coming into my chat and Yinlin being like, oh, you know, I pulled her within 10 pulls, and then I got a weapon at like 50, and I'm like, bro, get the fuck out. Don't want to hear it. Don't want to hear it. I failed my 50-50, and then I have to pull another 30 odd times, and then I have to go to freaking hard pity on Jinsei's weapon. So it's like, don't want to hear it. Stop rubbing it in. You're banned. You know? All right, let's check this out then. Let's check this out. I'm curious because, okay, that's, all right. That's, it's jarring. That's jarring. The voice does not match the face. I want to check this out because I did want to check out Flintlock, actually. It's a game that I was going to play on launch. I just never got round to. But apparently, it's been ruined by Sweet Baby Inc. Now, we were just speaking about Concord a little earlier, and the failure that seems to have been. So let's see what the deal is then. Another game ruined by Sweet Baby Inc. The boogeyman of the video gaming space at the moment, aren't they? All right, see you then.
Hey, what's up, guys? We're here. So
yeah, I never get over that with VTubers, man. When you got dudes who are like cute chibi girls, it's just like takes me a second, you know, to get to it.
Today we have another round of Sweet Baby and DEI ruining a game and its success. So right now, a lot of people are talking about this game, Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn. As you can see, PlayStation here proudly announcing that this new open world Souls-Light has launched on.
Is it open world? I didn't know that. I didn't think it. Oh, okay, I'm going to play this game. I am going to play it. You know, I'm not going to let all the issues stop me from playing it because it did look kind of cool
on the PS5. However, there's an issue if you look into the comments section.
Plus, it's on Game Pass, so, you know, no harm, no foul.
You can see hundreds of users saying things like this. And here is 6 random comments. This is not curated. This is just 6 comments.
That game has always smelled like a DEI woke fest. Not interested in filth touched by Sweet Baby. You know what, though? There's part of me, I massively respect that. You know, I'm going to try it out because at the end of the day, I don't really get into boycotts unless I find out, like, you know, something that I'm into, the genocidal maniacs or something, I guess, like that. Because most of the time, they tend not to work. And 2, I just like to do things I like to do, you know? But I genuinely, I respect it. A lot of people absolutely hate Sweet Baby Inc. And I understand why. You know, it is cool to see them as the boogeyman, but it's warranted, you know? They seem to be forcing, well, let's say forcing, because they've tried it with some of the other devs from other parts of the world, and they've been like, jog on. So it's on the devs as well. But they have been forcing their ways. It's probably not the right word. They've been getting themselves into the development side of video games, at least on a, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, on a, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. But anyway, they've been getting themselves into the development side of things as an advisor. There we go. As an advisor of what they think people want to see, which is like, if you're doing that as a developer, don't. If you know video games and you know your community and you know what you want to make, don't let anybody else tell you what you should be injecting into your game. And they've been causing issues within video games, trying to invest and inject their political activism into video games. And I totally respect people being like, you know what, I'm not going to touch games that involve them. I can understand that. It's fair, that is.
Comments in a row, and they all have the same message in common, and that is a mention of Sweet Baby Inc. Who would have thought Sweet Baby would kill another video game? As you can see, reported by...
See, like, one thing, I saw somebody posting about this on Twitter, actually, showing the Steam numbers, which is fair, but this game's on Game Pass, isn't it? So I think a lot of people on PC now do have PC Game Pass, and if you don't, you should, because it is the best deal in gaming, in my opinion. You know, for the cheap price you can get, you got access to all the games on Xbox, new launches. It's nice, it's good. So I would imagine there's a lot more people playing the game on the Xbox Game Pass for one, but still not a great look if if it's not doing well on Steam either.
That Park Place. Sweet Baby Inc. developed Flintlock.
And at the end of the day, they're not going to release numbers on Xbox Game Pass if it does badly. They only ever announce if they've done really well, don't they? So I guess if we get no announcement, it's safe to say that it was either middling or did really badly.
The Siege of Dawn releases to abysmal player numbers. Who would have thought that Sweet Baby would bring down another game? Totally shocking development. Yeah, the game is off to a very, very bad start. This was a game that was hyped up for many years, and at launch...
Was it for many years? I only heard about it at the Game Awards, the last Game Awards that popped up, and I was like, oh, this game looks actually kind of cool. And I still am going to try it out, because it does look kind of cool. But I didn't hear about the hype for this for years, if I'm honest. This just came out of nowhere for me, personally.
Here it is already sitting with a few hundred...
Dude, I can't get over that I'm looking at what looks like a 14-year-old girl, and it sounds like a 25-year-old bloke.
100 active players at the current time. It is going very, very poorly, and just like anything else, it all comes back to Sweet Baby Inc. They ruined another...
I love that the tweets are protected, bro. Oh, that's funny.
...game with their woke agenda. Now, this is why detecting Sweet Baby and what...
See, like, why do games need these people to come in to develop for narrative development and design and script writing and consultation? Like, because I've seen the people who work here. Where the pure fucking hubris from another show that went down the pan. Where do they get off on thinking that they can do this better than the people who've been doing this for years? You know? It's just like, what the hell, man? And why are these developers allowing them in to do it in the first place? I've heard that these guys have got some very powerful people behind them investing into that, so that's potentially why. And I have heard rumors about that this is all conjecture and all assumptions, but I've heard people saying that, it's a bit weird that companies that have refused to work with them, a few days later, journalistic hit pieces have popped up from different outlets. Now, that's all just things that I've heard, and I don't think anybody's actually provided any real evidence to that. But, as I said again, what we were speaking about earlier, Western companies fold like cheap deck chairs under that sort of pressure, don't they? A little bit of like, you've only got to add an ism in or accuse somebody of bigotry or something like that, and these companies will just fold because they just don't want that heat, do they? Where companies from places like China will just be like, yeah, right, mate, jog on, I don't care.
What they're working on is so crucial because right now,
yeah, that's the ones, Katie.
They are a death mark on anything they're attached to. Whatever game it is, whatever company they're working with, it's bad news for them.
I think it is to a degree. Unless the game comes out and it's an absolute slapper, a banger, total fire. I think there's a lot of people now who see Sweet Baby Inc. and they're just like, out of principle, I'm not playing that game. And that's never good. Obviously, I do think most boycotts tend to fail. But usually they fail if the thing that you're boycotting against is good. Look at the Hogwarts situation. Look how big the supposed boycott of that game was going to be, which was just ridiculous in my eyes anyway. Totally ridiculous in the first place. But the game was fire. That was probably my game of the year last year, actually. I absolutely loved that game. I had so much fun with it. And I love the Harry Potter universe. It was just a real fantastical game. So the game was so good that it warranted people just totally ignoring that attempted boycott, and the game sold really well, I think, didn't it? I think it sold like 30 odd million copies, which is insane. And at the end of the day, it's going to do well because it's Harry Potter. But yeah, fair play. I can understand people not wanting to be involved or buy games like that. And I respect it. If people stick to boycotting something because they've got a set of morals they don't want to bend, I respect that. I'm not going to do it myself personally because a lot of this stuff really doesn't matter enough for me to even care. If a game looks cool, I'll just play it,
When players find out about this, they're going to speak with their wallets, and I'm glad they're doing this with this game as well. They are not...
Again, though, I've got to say it's on Game Pass, so I don't think the Steam numbers are truly reflective of how many people are actually playing the game. They have made their money anyway. That's what people need to remember. If a game's coming out on Game Pass, they've cashed a decent check that usually will offset low sales, I'm not sure. I don't know how much the games cost them to make, but usually they'll be able to cash a big enough check from Microsoft that it will offset poor sales on other platforms. You know what I mean?
Playing it. Players know that it's a Sweet Baby Inc. product, so they're avoiding it. And that's why groups like Sweet Baby Inc. Detected, the Steam group that started a whole lot of drama only a few months back.
I heard about this. This website, apparently, it was even kind of getting suppressed by Google, I believe. If you searched for it, excuse me, it wouldn't come up on Google searches. I don't know how true that was, but apparently I was seeing a lot of people actually saying that. You could actually type in didetected.com and it wouldn't come up. Don't know if that was a mistake, a bug. You know, sounds a bit sus, but I don't know how true it was.
And also, DEI Detected are so important. Those are groups started by Cabrutus, and they have been very, very key in identifying these games that Sweet Baby and other woke companies, consulting firms are partners with. And it's very crucial to know what they're doing because they don't want you to know. It's such an insane situation where Sweet Baby and these other companies, they don't want you to know what they're working on because their name is now negative. It is something that does not sell games. In fact, it does the exact opposite. You would think if this company was so...
I wouldn't be surprised if they have got the funding behind them that they, you know, liquidated that company and just basically set up a company in a new name and attempted to continue to do the same thing that they're doing anyway. It wouldn't surprise me. You know, stranger things have happened and it would allow them to continue on doing what they're doing without having this, the ire of the gaming community on them, would you?
Proud of themselves, they would want everyone to know what games they're working on, but that is not the case. They know they do shabby work and they know that gamers don't want anything attached to them. But let's talk about this game. Let's talk about Flintlock because this is a very interesting case of a company inviting in Sweet Baby and DEI initiatives and then complete.
I don't know if this was the woman that she was filmed saying, I don't know, she was attending some sort of event or something that they would push themselves onto companies, and if the companies fought back a little bit, they would let them know how bad it was going to be for them in terms of community and media backlash, which is crazy to say out in public. You know, this is why I don't think these people care if people think that they do a bad job. They're not being quiet on what they're doing because they know they're worried that people think they're doing a shoddy job. These are the kind of people that don't care that they're doing a shoddy job because activism and their message is more important than artistic responsibility and actual decent work. You know, that their message is way more important than what the actual thing is that they're making.
Completely collapsing and hamstringing its own success. So a lot of this started back in 2024, earlier this year, about 3 or 4 months ago, where people like Cabrutus made a very interesting discovery about Flintlock. And he would add this game to the curation list because they found out through a very interesting source, a physical copy of Edge magazine, where there's a section involving Kim Belair, the Sweet Baby Inc. CEO. Now let's check out this passage right here. You can see as they're describing Flintlock, they mention directly for Flintlock, it was Tops Harjo who brought on Kim Belair. Now this name will be very important. She was the...
So let me just pause that there. Like, you know, it said, what is it? The Montreal-based narrative director who was advocating for better representation in stories as a means of bringing new and exciting ideas to games. That sentence right there just means the idea that representation is going to make a story better is just stupid. It's cool if representation can be like I was speaking about earlier, involved in a good narrative. I'm totally fine with you even injecting your own personal political viewpoints that I might vehemently disagree with if it's done in a good story, if it's done in a good way. But she took the wonderful base layer Derek had the world and just elevated it. If these people are so good at doing this, why aren't they writing their own stuff off the bat? Why aren't they creating their own worlds? Why aren't they writing their own books, their own shows? Why are they going into stuff that other people are making and fucking with it? You know? They obviously aren't that talented.
Former...
Because it seems that when they're fucking with stuff, they're making it worse.
COO at this company, and the first thing she did when she came in was bring in Sweet Baby with her. And wow, who would have thought the game would fall apart as soon as that happened? So, Kim Bell...
So, like, the thing is, though, what I'd like to know as well, to play devil's advocate here, obviously, I'm not a fan of she, her. That's just like, you know, it's become so boring now. That has usually, you know, not to be to generalize, but usually when you see that, it's kind of like a red flag of this person's going to be a bellend. You know what I mean? But that out the way, I'd like to know why this game isn't doing so well. Is it because of the Sweet Baby Inc. involvement? I don't think it is, because I think most gamers don't necessarily know about all this stuff or care about it, if I'm honest. And I saw a review from Angry Joe Show. Alex was reviewing it, and the review that he gave on it was kind of it's a decent little game. It's nothing special, but it's not bad. So I'm curious, like, that's why I need to play it, really. I need to play it because I'll be curious to why it's not doing very well. You know, is it just that it's attempting to be like a Souls-like game, but it's not doing the thing that Souls-like games do because it's got difficulty options and all that sort of stuff? Is it just not doing that very well? Has it got a bad story? Or is it like, you know, all this narrative around this Sweet Baby Inc.?
Blair is someone you guys should know and recognize. She is the CEO of Sweet Baby Inc. She is the one who is pushing very hard. She is famous for her quote where she said that you should go to your bosses and intimidate.
Yeah, this is the woman. This is the woman that I saw on that podium saying that, basically saying if your bosses don't listen, you should intimidate them with the idea of community backlash and internet backlash.
Intimidate them and threaten them with cancel culture if they don't work with people like Sweet Baby.
I think she might have actually used the term cancel culture as well. You know, these same people who say it doesn't exist, you know, will reference it when they're trying to get the things they want.
Baby. Now, around that time back in March, the next day after Kabrutus's discovery, you have Mark Kern here who made a long thread about this game, going further into the many issues that happened around the time Sweet Baby got involved with the game. So here's the thread saying, proof Sweet Baby Inc. ruins games. SBI game Flintlock by A44 Games has been overrun by woke. And here's a quote from a source from that company saying, I used to work there. Flintlock was a good project with lots of potential. Then it was ruined. And he says, before I go further, please note that this is a rumor from a source that seems very knowledgeable about the studio's inner workings.
Rums used to work on World of Warcraft, I believe, yeah. He was like quite high up in Blizzard, I think, wasn't he?
Take that as it is. If others would like to verify, please DM me. And also that the CEO and COO at A44 no longer work with the company, but the damage was already done before they left. Now, here's some of the damage we're talking about. So, did you know the protagonist of Flintlock used to be white?
Okay, that is shitty if they do come in just to do that. Personally, doesn't bother me. You know, I don't care if the characters, you know, it's not like we're looking at another IP where they're switching the race just to switch it. I don't mind if that happens, whatever. It's the rest of it that, you know, if it affects the actual story and stuff, you know what I mean? But it is weird that they come in and they want to do that sort of stuff. It's just like, you know, it's kind of odd, man.
When COO and casting director Andrea Tops Harjo joined the studio, her first actions were to change the character to hire Sweet Baby Inc. and change the main character to a person of color. Now, you can already hear like the games journalists and the developers saying, oh, people just don't want to see minorities in video games. That's not why people are...
Yeah, they love to parrot that line, don't they? Don't get me wrong, there are some people like that. I think like sometimes when we fight back against this sort of culture, we act as if there aren't people like that. There definitely are. You know, there are definitely people who've got major issues with a character potentially being black or a character being a woman or a character maybe not looking super freaking 10 out of 10 hot. You know what I mean? Like the Fable one was a thing for me, which I really didn't follow so much. I get it. It's cool as a bloke to have really hot looking characters in games. It is. But at the same time though, if a game's good, I don't care what the character looks like, you know what I mean? And that was one that really got me. I didn't necessarily see that with the Fable trailer. I was just like, I'm not really getting these. People was rallying against the way she looked though. But it is weird when in their head they're like, right, this game will be better if the character's black. It's like, what sort of like weird wiring do you have in your brain for that to be something that, you know, that you come to those sort of decisions?
Confused by this move. They're confused because it seems like a very obvious attempt to diversify this game when you had an existing character and then you race swap them. Clearly just to follow through on Sweet Baby Inc.'s agenda. I mean, it's not a coincidence that happened as soon as Sweet Baby was tagged along on this project. On top of that, there's claims that Tops Harjo is rumored to have used the company's funds and manpower to power her personal agenda and projects on initiatives.
Now, that's a way bigger problem, in my opinion, that they're coming in and then just using the funds that are already in this company that are supposed to be going towards one particular thing to fund their thing. That's the problem. You know, these people are coming in as hanger-oners, thinking they know better, and just doing this sort of stuff. That's wild.
Not related to the game or even to the studio itself.
They're using funds for these games by the looks of things then, at least. Obviously, I'm just going off what we're seeing here, to fund their own activism, to continue to fund their own activism, aren't they?
That is a very crazy thing if it is true. And you can see down here from someone, the source who used to work at the company, they say this. Yeah, I have witnessed our UI artists making art assets for its website as their sprint tasks. Basically, having these people do these
obviously, we don't know if this is true. That's fucked up, man, if it is.
Tasks to, I guess, test their performance, but it's creating work for our own personal agenda, which, again, if that is true, that is absolutely outrageous. In the thread, we continue saying this. Aside from working with Sweet Baby Inc. and making changes to the game, Andrea also directed numerous changes in HR in her role as CEO.
Dude, that is wild if true. She also ordered the HR departments to hide the salaries of the top execs of the company. That is freaking wild. That's what I say. These people, man, they claim that they want representation. And so, at the end of the day, it's all just to push their view of the world and make money out of it at the same time. You know, to make money out of some people's genuine, you know, angst with the world, which, whether it's valid or not, is the way, you know, the way they feel. But these people are just there to be vultures to profit off this sort of stuff, aren't they? Absolutely wild. Yeah, and the idea of like being able to not, you know, actually actively not hire white people, it's just fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy.
COO. In 2021, most developers were denied.
I do genuinely think this stuff will go away soon, though, because the second it really becomes a trend that this isn't profitable for these companies, there's one thing, there's only one colour that the people who sit at the top of these care about, and that's green. They care about cash, about that money, about the almighty dollar. And the second that really becomes a repeating situation and a trend that these things are going to keep costing them money, you know, that's when it'll change. It's just that I think with TV shows, it'll probably take a bit longer because there's a lot of hate watching, and they can, you know, they can continue to justify it by, look, well, we had this many people watching, even though a large portion might be hate watching. But with video games, with there being the upfront cost a lot of the time, you know, it's going to be a big factor, and these companies are going to start to pull back from this sort of stuff quickly. Especially, again, as I say, Eastern companies are getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and they're listening to none of this shit, and they're still making money hand over fist. These companies are going to start to look and go, actually, do you know what? We want to start doing that. Because I'm still blown away that we haven't had some of the big, well, I know why we haven't. We haven't had any of the big AAA Western publishers and developers, you know, your EAs, your Ubisofts, your whatever, making a gacha game. But the reason we haven't is because if you're going to make a gacha game, you need to kind of make hot, sexualized characters for people to want to pull for, aren't you? You know, at the end of the day, there's meta to games, but the waifu meta is the most important one. And these companies don't want to touch that with a barge pole. You know what I mean? They're just like, that shit. I don't want to get anywhere near that. But I think once they continue to look at places like Hoya and all these other companies just making absolute killing, they're going to be like, yeah, the morals, fuck them off, man. We need some of that action. You know what I mean? I think it's just going to take a little bit longer for that to happen, but I think it will.
Raises and evaluations were postponed for at least 6 months. Audrea told HR to inform anyone who complained or asked questions that the reason is because I said so. She also ordered the HR departments to...
See, it just seems like somebody on a super power trip, yeah. You know what I mean? And they feel like they've got to enact their personal vengeance out on people because they see that the world's wronged them some way. These sort of people are really dangerous, really. If all of this is true, of course. This is all like, you know, I don't know how true this is, but those sort of people are really dangerous, man.
Hide the salaries of the top execs from the company. HR tried to help, but they were unable to get past this. The team was worried about the studio finances. Meanwhile, the new hires and changes to the game resulted in a project where, in quotes, these people knew nothing about how a video game is made.
And there's the crux of it. That's why in a lot of areas in the West nowadays, we're having quality drop-offs. And it's not because certain kinds of people or certain groups can't do things as well as other groups. It's because the actual quality in somebody's work's taken into less and less. And it's more about we've got to fill a quota. So somebody might be 5th in the list in terms of how good they are at their job or on the CV, but we've got to fill this quota. So we're going to knock those other 4 people out of the way and this person gets the job. And guess what? The product at the end of it suffers because of it's like, oh, who'd have thought? But you know what? These guys can go, well, look at our team now, man. Look how diverse they are. But we're going to have to sack them all because we've made no money. Sorry, you know?
End quote. On top of that, you can see after nearly 2 years of these DEI changes at A44, the damage had been done. And at that point, the studio was purchased for $175 million, which, as he points out, is an unusually high sum for a small studio.
I was just thinking that. I was about to say, dude, is this supposed to be an idea that they were failing? That's a lot of money, that is, for a studio like that. That's crazy. Like I said, I'd never even heard of the studio prior to this. That's a lot of freaking money, that is. Considering, you know, some of the big publishers. How much did Activision go for now? You know, you see some of these large companies in the gaming space and you hear evaluations at like $4 billion and stuff. The idea that something that small will be that high?
By Kepler Interactive in September of 2021, a gaming collective fund whose founder also founded the Kowloon Knights Gaming Fund. It was at that point where Audra, the COO, left the company. And a lot of people might think that that is basically the attempt to salvage the situation because it was already such a mess when she brought on not only herself but also Sweet Baby a few years back. On top of that, when these discoveries were made by people like Cabrutus, people reached out to A44, right? And they wanted...
That's not surprising that they refused to speak to him though at all. You know, not saying that, well, they don't owe him any information either, if I'm honest, but it's not surprising that they didn't want to speak to him.
To see, is this true? Was Sweet Baby Inc.'s involvement with this game? Was that something that actually happened? And it seemed very clear there was. And the studio would try to deny this, but they wouldn't provide any proof. And they
again, I don't think they have to provide proof. For one, you know, they just don't do they really. It's weird that they would reach out to him specifically to deny the involvement though. That's kind of odd. Why would they even, like, you know, this is just one random dude who set up a website. Why would they go out their way to reach out to him to say, yeah, dude, you know, that's not happening. Kind of odd, that is.
Claim that Sweet Baby's no longer involved and the changes had been all reversed. And there's no proof that any of those things happened. The proof that Sweet Baby's no longer involved and the proof that the changes that they made were actually reversed. There's no proof of that. And on top of that, if you go further in this Kepler Interactive group, this Lizzie Kane individual, who is the senior operations and grown manager, would get very upset when Mark Kern made that thread questioning some of the practices within this company. And this was her reaction. Absolutely fuming, vibrating off the effing plane of reality.
That's just how I would imagine somebody like that to speak.
This piss weak pseudo...
I'm shaking right now.
...journalism that the far-right gamer gators are taking is so vile. Incredible to see in real time and...
The usual freaking statements with stuff like that, you know, the far right, as if that's like some word to scare people, isn't it, nowadays? You know, like, oh, I don't like what somebody say. Oh, if I just say the far right, you know, people will just, like, ignore them.
Closer to home, how wrong Grums is and how damaging he and his weird troop are. I mean, there's nothing more, like, weird than having to censor a person's name. Like, what is this guy, Voldemort to you or something? But yeah.
You shall not be named.
That is a pretty embarrassing reaction. And now we fast forward to the actual release of Flintlock, and it is a...
That is pretty low, I must admit. All-time peak. Do you know what? Let's have a look, actually. Let's have a look. Okay, it didn't get any better. Actually, according to this, it didn't even reach. 648 was the top, 349 right now. Right. Yo, what's going on, Chaz? Thank you very much for the raid, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's going on, Danny? Yep. I'm good, man. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for the raid as well. Appreciate ya. So yeah, looking at the numbers, it's still absolutely trash. But as I said, I don't think we can look too well. We can, but I don't think it's absolutely indicative of the actual numbers because the game being on Game Pass, there's going to be a lot more people playing on Game Pass. But that's still pretty bad. That is still pretty bad because even games that launch on Game Pass that are doing well tend to have good Steam numbers as well. Because you've got to take into the fact that there's a lot of people when it comes to the video games like to keep the library on Steam altogether, don't they? But yeah, I think we should take it with a pinch of salt just because it's on Game Pass as well.
Complete disaster. You can see a lot of the recent reports showing a peak of 469 active players. Yeah, you don't need to know too much about the gaming sphere.
Oh, is that your missus, is he? Well, hello. How you doing?
To know that
what crime did you commit then?
that is absolutely terrible, especially for a high budget project like this. And you can see literally day one, they're already applying 10% discounts on this game. Yeah, absolute disaster. Sweet Baby Inc. has killed another game, and that is not surprising.
As I said, that I would like to know. I don't know, like, obviously, they are crappy. They are. There's no denying it. But you know, it's easy to say, well, the boogeyman caused it to happen. Because, like, let's face it, they're not a great company to be working with. And it seems like they're pretty shady. They're pretty shitty. They've got quite a shitty attitude around video games in general and the community of video games. But is that really why not many people have bought this game? You know, I don't know. It's probably part of the why, but I can't imagine, because, you know, at the end of the day, it's only people who are really interested in this sort of stuff are going to know that Sweet Baby Inc. was involved with this game. And then there's going to be a smaller part of that section that knew about it that are not going to buy the game because of it. I would imagine the majority of people wouldn't even have a clue about that. So I can't see this as the main reason why the game hasn't done very well. One, a lot of people are going to be on Game Pass, but it's got to be something else.
And that is, again, why it's so important to have DEI detected and Sweet Baby
what's up,
detected to figure out where these companies are working and see their connection to Sweet Baby and what they're working on so you can avoid those products because they tend to be absolute garbage. But for now, that's going to do it.
Hey, as I say, I respect people who've got a hill they want to die on and they don't want to mess with games that have got that involved. I don't care enough to avoid games. At the end of the day, if a game's a banger, I'm playing it, whoever's involved. You know, as long as there's not a genocidal maniac running the company. Well, I don't know. If the game's really good, I still might check it out. But, you know, so if a game's trash and it's got people like this involved, then that's just going to compound the fact, isn't it? But I think if a game's really good, I think most people will ignore it as well, if I'm honest, you know?
For this video, I appreciate you guys listening. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
At the end of the day, I play gacha games, so, you know, my moral compass is probably a little bit skewed. Another game ruined by Sweet Baby Inc. You know, I think Sweet Baby Inc. are pretty crappy, but was it really ruined by Sweet Baby Inc.? I don't know. Check out Rev Says Desu then. Good video, actually. What me? You know, I got to be careful what I say, man. I play gacha games, you know what I mean? I'll just keep getting distracted through that video, man. The female VTuber avatar with the guy. All right, let's have a look at this. We was going to get round to playing some video games tonight. It's not going to happen. We'll watch this video and then I'm getting off. All right, chat. Let's check this out then. This Wuthering Waves feature is being wasted by Goof, small channel. Crazy amount of views for a small channel. So what's the feature then? What's being wasted? I'm interested. As a Wuthering Waves Andy, let's see what he's got to say.
More co-op content. Well, yes, but not
well, as somebody who has no friends, no. Give me more single-player content, please.
right now. Let me
think about the losers. Come on, think about the losers.
explain. If you've ever tried pressing this funny little button up in the top left, you'd find the co-op mode.
A friends list? What's that? What's a friends list, man?
But co-op features in gacha games
Couldn't be
aren't
me.
exactly a novel feature.
Couldn't be me.
Fate Grand Order had server-wide raid stages for players to farm and earn rewards together based on hitting collective checkpoints. Punishing Grey Raven had a limited-time Monster Hunter-like game mode where you queue up with other players and fight giant monsters while performing
I didn't know about that. It seems like PGR's had a lot of really cool limited time game modes, hasn't he? And I must say as well, so far, this video seems pretty high quality for somebody with only 122 subscribers. So just off the bat, dude might go seriously left here and get like, I don't know, he might get super racist. You never know. But for 122 subscribers, definitely check this channel out because it seems like quality videos for such a small channel.
Cool mid-air finishers with your team. Some people's fondest memories of Genshin Impact were running around doing world bosses with other people and playing meme teams like 4 Yelans on the same team. Wuthering Waves, taking big inspiration from games like Genshin Impact, naturally emulated a lot of elements from Genshin's co-op experience where you can enter other people's worlds
That's my favorite moment.
and fight stuff together and kind of just have an all-around good time. The biggest difference in Wuthering Waves is that when you kill things in the overworld, you can also drop equipment that you can use to gear your characters, meaning that if you really felt like it, you could actually enter your buddy's world and farm together and potentially get something useful for your
What's going on, my rub? We're just watching a video from Goof, I think. This Wuthering Wave feature is being wasted. Pardon me.
progression.
And we forgot an important part of Wuthering Waves as well, the Pokemon.
This does sound like a major improvement and changes everything, right? Well, yes, but only for the first few days or so. You see, the gearing and ecosystem in Wuthering Waves suffers
Do I play Genshin? No, I'm not a psychopath. Well, I do actually. I haven't played it for a long time though.
from an issue that plagues all gacha games, the resource drought. I've been playing since launch, and a month into the game, I'm really feeling the weight of not having enough tuners, echo experience, or wave plates to gear my character.
Hey, you should do what I did, man. I didn't spend anything on my echoes in tuner-wise for like a month almost, and I've still got over 1,000 tuners. Only problem is, I haven't got enough mats to level them to use the tuners now.
Now I can continue to inject my daily dose of copium that the resource gains will get better as I progress my account and world level.
Dude, they don't. Like, the exponential growth in the materials you get for getting to like level 50 and above is trash.
But the fact of the matter is that gacha games as a business model work hand in hand with resource constraints and resource
What is
droughts.
Genshin? Don't
so
worry,
going
it's
back
evil.
To the co-op
It's
experience,
evil.
even if you join someone's world and you get a good echo drop with the right main stat, because of this overbearing resource drought, you might not even have enough materials to level up and tell it's an upgrade, which takes away
Hey, dude, even if you do, you'll get trash substats.
from that potential excitement and dopamine rush. And you're kind of left feeling like the amount of time you spent joining someone's world, running around fighting mobs, and spending your hard-earned resources to level up that piece of gear is very, very, very disproportionate to the satisfaction you might get from the usefulness of that extra piece. Assuming, by the way, it doesn't completely roll like garbage. And over time,
Especially if you're trying to get that bloody Geo Chilona with a freaking health bonus, a healing bonus. Like, I got that once and then just absolute trash substat rolls. And I've only got it once as well.
because you're aware of this disparity in time spent enjoyment, is your time really best spent engaging with it? And therein lies the problem with Wuthering
Let's face it, is your time really best used playing gacha games? You know? You know? Just saying.
Waves' co-op
I play a lot of gacha games as well. But
experience.
again, I'm a crayon eater.
There's just not enough variety in what you can do in the co-op mode, seeing as how majority of the time you're either doing co-op just to run around and chill with your buddies or farm for extra echoes. And there's too much variance in how much time you spend compared to how satisfied and happy you feel at the end of it, making it very easy to feel unrewarding or unmotivating to engage with it in the future. And it's such a shame because I feel like it's such an underutilized feature that can really make the world, the game, and the players that are enjoying the game with you feel just a little more connected and a little less isolated and lonely. It feels a little stale and empty that once you reach a certain point in the game, 99% of your experience with the game is spent in your own world and isolated to the specific zones you do your dailies in. So if I feel so strongly about the issues with the co-op experience, why did I say Wuthering Waves didn't need more co-op content right now? Well, it really boils down to a few reasons. The first one is pretty simple and straightforward. It's all about prioritizing the bigger issues that the game needs to address. Now that we're a month into the game, we can pretty confidently look back and say that the game was launched in a pretty rough state and still has a lot
I don't know if I agree with that it was launched in a pretty rough state. For me, the launch experience for Wuthering Waves was just like great. Like, I didn't have any issues with the way the game ran. I am on a 4090, so that's a big factor. The only thing that I have issues with the way the game runs and still runs now, every time I get onto the game for the first time of the day, for about 10-15 seconds, I don't know if it's a server-side issue or what, but the game just lags like crap, and then it's fine. I appreciated that other people were having bad times because, you know, Kuro gave me a lot of free stuff, so that was kind of cool. You know, I kept getting mail saying, hey, we're sorry about the shitty experience. Here's some free stuff. And I'm like, sweet, man, I'm getting free stuff for having fun. But that's not to say that on mobile, though, the game was an absolute mess. I think one of the big problems with gacha games anyway is because the games are just designed to kind of push you to push through content really quick, which I don't do so much in most games, and I play a bunch of different games, so I suppose I don't get that burnout so quick. But again, I think a lot of this goes back to the problem with open world games in general, not just in the gacha space, that the world kind of becomes a little bit of a distraction and a detraction from the actual gameplay loop, especially when you're doing a lot of farming and you're needing to move from A to B to do this, to do that, and there's inevitably going to be a little bit of traversal and moving around the map, which when you've farmed all the points of interest will get a little bit more boring because, you know, you're just trying to get from instance to instance and the map kind of becomes a bit of a barrier to that. That's one thing that I really like. The traversal is a lot better in Wuthering Waves than it is in Genshin. You know, the stamina system with running is gone. You can wall run, all that sort of stuff makes it a little bit more enjoyable to get about. But I still think it's a problem. And there's the ecosystem still needs to be tweaked. I think now the tuners are a lot easier to get, but the actual mats to level up your echoes are a major issue still for me. And you need more freaking mats for doing certain stuff, you know, the game at the minute. Like at level 50 and 60, you'd require more mats anyway for characters and stuff, and just for everything pretty much, because you're going to be higher up on all of your stuff with your characters, and you just don't get enough of it. You know, like it's getting to the point now, especially when you're doing your latest abilities, the last abilities. You're talking like potentially weeks to finish off characters, which feels like quite a grind actually.
Well, kinks to iron out. Things ranging from optimization issues turning people's phones into fully heated cast irons, to the camera zooming in randomly while you're in combat, enemy targeting issues making combat
Is that you, Jambo?
feel janky and
You couldn't play.
uncomfortable, to even voice direction issues making the story feel less immersive and
I agree with that. I agree with that. This was not just the voice direction issues, because with Rover, I think the voice actress can obviously act. You can tell she can. I think she was just directed really poorly, in my opinion. I don't know if that was a translation issue, people doing their voice lines at different times, not really knowing what was going on. But a lot of the voice acting in this game was kind of mid. Scar smashed it. When we got to the bit with Scar, I think the voice actor for Scar did his job fucking brilliantly. And I think there was a lot of like exposition in the game that just didn't need to happen, and characters talking about somebody else who they knew that you didn't ever know, and just talking about stuff that didn't add anything to the game. It didn't add any context. It didn't build on the lore. It didn't really it just wasn't engaging at all, and it got a little bit frustrating sometimes. It's like, can you just shut up talking about this person now and get on with what we're talking about? And I'm the type of person as well. You can tell from watching my videos, I'm not very concise. I love to go around the region, but I also like world building and lore building, and I do like character building. And I even like character building of characters that I'm not even going to meet if it's contextualized to what's going on and it builds on what's happening. But there was a lot of just waffle, which was annoying, and especially in the middle part of 1.0, there was a lot of it, because for me, the game started okay, got a bit dry, and then got really good at the end of 1.0, and then 1.1 got really good. So they definitely are improving, which it is good to see.
engaging. If I'm being completely honest, the co-op experience will ultimately be something that's optional, miscellaneous, and does not affect as many people as the
And it should be. It should be at the end of the day. I understand it's good to have it there as an extra, but I don't want to see as somebody who probably, you know, because it's coming from somebody who plays on their own most of the time. But I think most people do play these games on their own. I'm not saying there isn't the people who don't and want to play with their friends. I just feel like if they put too much effort into focusing on the co-op, in my opinion, the rest of the game will suffer. In my opinion, they really need to put their focus on end-game content, because at the end of the day, that's what these games are all about. Of course, you want the getting to the end game to be good. The story's got to be good. The gameplay loop's got to be good. Events, all that sort of stuff. Character stories as well. Because I think most people in gacha games don't necessarily care about the overarching story. They care about individual character stories. That's what makes us connect to the game. But I think endgame is incredibly important. And I don't think any gacha games really got that down to a T. But I think that's way more important than dealing with co-op, in my opinion.
core gameplay and performance issues. With that in mind, I'd much rather Kuro focus their efforts to tackle the more pressing issues before they work on optional side content like the co-op experience. The second reason is all about balancing incentive with potential FOMO, or fear of missing out.
This is another thing I was talking about as well at the other day. that we've got quite a big gap in between updates with the game and banners and stuff. And I like that Kuro having events that start like with 1.1 but last through until the next update. You know, you don't have the FOMO of, if I don't play for a couple of days, I'm going to miss out on all the cool events, which is great. I like that, and I think they should keep that. But I also do think they should have more timed, smaller, sliced events that maybe only last a couple of days and do have a bit of FOMO to them. One, to encourage people to come back to the game, of course, but two, for the people that do continue to play the game, whether they're farming, whether they're trying to build for the next events, whether they want to engage just with the game in general, there should be those sort of events there for them to just do. And if they do them with these smaller slices of events, they can do them more regularly as well, because they don't have to last so long. They don't have to be so all encompassing, because they're only designed to be there for a day or two. And if you play a few hours, you can probably clock them in one day. But I think if you got a couple of those, you know, even if you got one weekly, so throughout, say, a 7-week update or whatever it is, you got 4 or 5 small little events throughout the game. Of course, there'd be that issue where some people will be like, well, it's FOMO, well, I want to have a bit of time off the game and come back. But I also think it'd be good for the longevity of the game who are sticking around. And I think that's important, because I'd like to see something like that at the moment. And I think they should implement it as well.
The thing that we need to understand is that gacha games primarily cater to an audience that enjoys a play fast and log off routine. This isn't like Path of Exile, where you can wake up and run maps until the sun goes down. This isn't your typical MMO raid that could take upwards of hours to run through all the stages. A big appeal of gacha games compared to games like PoE and Lost Ark is that you can get into a consistent routine where you can choose when you want to log on, burn your daily energy in less than 15 minutes, and come back 24 hours later to do it all again. Because of this,
I agree with that, but I also don't think it's a bad system to have something on top of that as well. You know, I genuinely don't. It doesn't have to be MMO levels or something like Path of Exile's levels of, you know, time investment. But I think the option to be able to, like, I would really like to see replayable, resetting endgame stuff that resets every week, that changes afflictions, different modes, horde modes, tower modes, not just the Tower of Adversity, but actually going through a roguelike system where you keep going and going and going and going until you die, and then you can do different things with different teams and set the rules and all that sort of stuff. But I do agree with that. Gacha games are different in that sense, but they don't have to be. They don't solely have to be like that. And I think making it so you can do that, but having the other option to do that, to do the other as well, is the best way to do it, in my opinion.
the content of gacha games have always been very single player focused, to not go against this play whenever and however long you want philosophy. But the moment you introduce something where you might need to play with randoms, it goes against the biggest reason gacha games are so appealing to a casual audience in the first place. What ends up happening is that the developers will throw in pulling currency or leveling materials to incentivize players to engage in this new co-op content, but this will inherently cause FOMO and indirectly get
Well, for me, I think the biggest pull to play co-op at the moment is already there, and that's all they need to be, is that you can farm overworld stuff more. Obviously, at the moment, if you're trying to get particular things from overworld echoes, you can only get so much from your world, and when they're farmed. You can get more by going into somebody else's world and farming their world as well. So I think there's an incentive there, really, at the moment. I don't think they need to add extra incentive into that. It's the same way with endgame stuff. They don't necessarily have to, well, I think they should, but they don't have to incentivize it with pulls and stuff. Because at the end of the day, if the loop itself is fun, then that's an incentive enough to play it, in my opinion. And then if you get a little bit extra, that's all good. And I don't think it's necessarily bad for a gacha game to incentivize people to want to play the game more. I don't think any game is bad for giving you an incentive to play the game more. If the game's good at the end of the day, it's going to incentivize you to play more of the game, isn't it?
players to either break their routine to play when co-op is more active, sit in queue for an unknown amount of time, and have to play and potentially compete against people in a game that until recently was a completely single player experience for them. But does that mean there's too much risk involved with co-op content and it causing friction with their core demographic? Not necessarily. I think no matter how or when they implement this,
it doesn't have to be. But I think it's a fine balance to try and get, especially if you're going to really try and lean into it. I think if it's just a little extra optional so people could just play with their friends, I think that's the best way to design it, personally. I get it. If there are people who want to play with their friends, they're going to want also the extra incentive, which maybe trying to find that balance there is a good thing. But I just think it should always be an extra optional thing, unless your game's built from the ground up like that, and it's going to be a little bit more like something like Tower of Fantasy. It's a bit more MMO sided, which in my opinion, I want to see a game like that. But I think for something like this, I think you've got to find that balance. The single player experience is kind of the main point of the game, and I think most people, how they want to play gacha games, kind of just fits playing it in a single player instance, in my opinion.
Co-op content, it will always have concerns over potential FOMO, but what they can influence is the context and the presentation surrounding it. That's why I say Wuthering Waves shouldn't build on its co-op content right now. One of the biggest factors that will influence how people perceive this brand new co-op content is the timing of its release. What do I mean by this? Let's take Honkai Star Rail's recent Origami Bird Clash event for example. Up until this patch, we've had virtually no content that allows us to interact with other players, and yet this Candy Crush-like game mode was pretty positively received. But why? I think there's a couple of reasons. The first is that it was accompanying a much bigger content expansion in the Divergent universe, as well as a permanent new endgame mode in the Apocalyptic Shadow, meaning that the gameplay loop and rewards tied to this PvP event feel more like a neat add-on to the overall content package than a core.
That's exactly how it should be as well. Star Rail have done a lot of those sort of elements the best so far, and I definitely think we should take from that. And I think as well, Star Rail have just done a really good job of adding in unique little events and ways to play the game that aren't just the typical I'm going into combat and doing the normal turn-based thing. You know, there's lots of little ways to play the game, which is definitely one thing that WuWa needs to do as well, because at the moment, beyond combat and a few puzzles, there isn't really a different way to interact with the game, and I hope to see more of that in the game as well. That's just like a little instanced game mode that's got nothing to do with the way the game typically plays.
Focus of it. The second is the reward structure. Hoyoverse has deliberately designed the reward levels to where you can pretty much get all the rewards from the PvP section in 2 to 3 games, or just under 30 minutes, and anything beyond that gives minimal rewards and is pretty much just you playing because you enjoy the gameplay. Meaning that if you're not particularly keen on competing against other players or interacting with randoms, it requires little time investment to get in and get out with what you need. The third and final thing is the timing and placement of this event in the game's lifespan. As I said before, it took a bit over a year for HSR to release its first co-op or PvP content, but between that time, it's developed a very consistent pattern of event content and rewards. By this point in the game,
it does.
People can pretty much predict what sort of content will be getting in the future patches, as in one flagship event, one combat event, one double drops event, something like that. And from that, they can also predict how many rewards they can get per patch. These things all reduce the FOMO tied to co-op events because it tells us that they can inherently serve as neat add-ons to the bigger, more important content in the update, and they're likely one-off things that won't be frequently revisited. So what can Wuthering Waves emulate from HSR? They don't necessarily have to make their own version of Candy Crush. What I think they can really take away is to build up a much more consistent and solid pattern of content updates and rewards. So
I think as well, that's something that's going to come, because I definitely do think we come with a little bit of a biased opinion into Wuthering Waves as well. These games have been out for over a year now, so they've been able to get this sort of stuff off on the go. We're at 1.1 in Wuthering Waves. You know, the game's been out for 2 months. I think we can't really, you know, I think it's a bit unfair to say, well, we can't really guarantee what's going to happen in terms of how updates are going to work, how mid-updates are going to work, how events are going to work, how co-op stuff's going to work, how we're going to be able to work out how much rewards we're going to get for each patch and such, because we've had one actual content update to the game, bar banners. So I think we've got to give the game a little bit of time first. I think, you know, I've said this multiple times, but I think we need to give the game to 1.2, let it get a couple of months out the way before we really start to, and I understand we have to criticize issues with the game and bring up things that we think can improve the game. That's totally fair, but I think in this sort of regard, I think we need to give the game a little bit of time first before we can say, well, it's not doing it right in this regard. Let's get a few content updates out first and a few events and all this different stuff to be adjusted and rolled out before we really decide what's going on. One thing I will say, which I think needs to happen pretty soon, and we can see that it's not going to happen just yet, is the getting a support role that's like Verena in terms of, again, a support, sustain, healer that works differently and can work across multiple teams really well as well. And it seems like, looking at the characters that are coming, we might be getting to like 1.3, potentially beyond that, and we don't have another character like that, which I think the game desperately needs at the moment, because the Verena meta is just too heavy at the moment. because she's just so good at doing what she does across every team. You know, Boiji can do what she does, but just, well, not do what she does, but she's kind of similar, but she just can't do it anywhere near as good or do it as well. That's the same thing, but you know what I mean. And we definitely need somebody who works like Verena, that can work on multiple teams for people who don't have Arena, and just to change the meta a little bit, and then maybe see sort of sustained support roles that are healers, that are maybe not great for everybody, but are really good for specific teams, because I think that will improve the meta as well. That's something that I think is a little bit more of a priority, in my opinion, than this sort of stuff. But I do understand that they do need to really get the rotation and the rollout of content down to a T pretty quick, because even though I said we need to give them time, Star Rail and Genshin had a little bit more time, in the sense that they were kind of only competing against themselves. There's a lot more games out now, and they really do have to compete against these games that are already out there and have the base and are churning out content regularly, don't they? So they have to be a little bit quicker about it, Kuro do.
So that players can at least feel reassured that these forced co-op content are one-off.
Agreed. Genshin, people forget, they look back with a little bit of nostalgia that Genshin was perfect on launch and it wasn't. And yeah, support characters are key. I think at the moment, the meta's going a little bit too heavy on the DPS side of things, which are all, you know, they look great, they're flashy, it's always good to get big numbers, but support characters are way more important, because that can bring a little bit more variety, and they can be valuable across multiple different teams, and they can add a lot more of a wider pool to the meta, can't they? Where a DPS really doesn't, and usually will work specifically with one particular support, and then, you know, that's kind of it, where the support can work with multiple different characters, which I'd like to see more of that as well. And not just sub DPS supports, actual like full on proper supports, like
nice add-ons to the bigger content updates. It would feel a lot weirder if they released a brand new co-op mode in version 1.2 than in version 2.0, because at that point in the game's lifespan, there'd be too much uncertainty if the rewards tied to the forced co-op modes are substantial relative to how much we get per patch, and whether this will be a continuous direction of content that the game will want to pursue in their later updates. That's why I think we should give Kuro at least half a year to build up a rhythm and pattern of updates.
I agree with that.
Rewards and content style, so that there's less uncertainty involved when they decide to release something that will eventually break that mold. The third and final reason why I think Wuthering Waves shouldn't touch their co-op content right now is all about resolving an identity crisis. What I mean is Wuthering Waves needs to establish a much stronger identity in terms of their main event content before they touch co-op modes that may be very hit or miss. The events in 1.0 and 1.1 were very nice and serviceable, but they're not particularly memorable. Will I look back in a year's time and fondly remember that one parkour event, that one photography event, or that one combat event from 1.0?
That's a fair point. That is a fair point. They're not exactly breaking the mold, but again, it's the start. We've got to let things, you know, but I do agree, you know, they're not going to be something you look back and go, oh, that was good times, man. The launch of the game's been great, in my opinion. I've really enjoyed it. But I do agree with that. I definitely agree with that. They've got to be a little bit more creative in their events, definitely. Like I say, allow us to interact with the game in a bit more of a unique way that's totally abstract from, you know, just typically running around and engaging in combat. You know, give us something that feels like we're playing a different game within the game. You know what I mean? Like how in Zenless Zone Zero, you got the arcade, you can play Snake. You're not playing Zenless at that point, you're playing Snake, you know? And in some of the events that we've had with Star Rail, you know, you're not playing Star Rail's combat loop there. You're playing something totally different. And that's what this definitely needs, in my opinion. And I do agree that, you know, we need to let the game really get into its stride first as well.
Probably not.
But I also don't think once we get to that point, the next priority is co-op. I think the next priority is getting a good endgame loop. That's more important, because that's what's going to keep people coming back to the majority of people coming back to the game, in my opinion.
Not. This is quite a big difference compared to games like HSR, where even months down the line, people still fondly remember events like Ethereum Wars and the ghost hunting event from several patches ago.
Yeah.
It shows that Wuthering Waves still has a long way to go before they reach that level of quality that their competitors are putting out. Wuthering Waves should at the very least heavily prioritize upping the quality and uniqueness of their main event content.
I agree with that as well, because they are going against an established behemoth in Oilverse, aren't they? That are going to have all that sort of stuff tried and tested, and they're going to be able to apply it to games like Zenless Zone Zero a lot quicker as well.
And before working on their co-op content, give us more unique and fresh gameplay mechanics that aren't just rehashes of pre-existing puzzles. Include a wider variety of concepts that aren't just combat related. Give us more story.
Basically, exactly what I was saying there. That's what I want to see. I want to see stuff that feels like I'm not necessarily playing Wuthering Waves, but I know I am because I'm in the game. But you know what I mean? That's abstract from the actual combat loop.
Storyline-based events so that people can also enjoy the more silly and lighthearted character interactions that we don't get to see in the more serious main story.
Because I like those little things like the races. I thought they were kind of cool. They were nothing special, but they were, you know, they were cool. I want to see stuff like that pulls away from that, though, you know, that feels like that. I agree. Some nice, light-hearted, cool little events like that. That, you know, they're almost like they've got that party vibe to them. I'm definitely down for that.
Quests. The point is, would you rather have to choose between a forced co-op event and a photography event, or between a forced co-op event and an exciting new Gulpuff racing sim? Earlier I said we want to minimize FOMO by making the co-op feel as much like an add-on to other new content. So what Wuthering Waves needs to do is to really establish the identity and quality of that other content, so that people don't feel so bad for skipping that forced co-op stuff, because at least they'd be reassured that the patch will still have a lot of high quality event content that's fresh and probably more fun for them. That's going to do it for this video. These are just some of my thoughts on the current problems facing Wuthering Waves' co-op mode, and some of the bigger picture considerations for why the game shouldn't rush to improve that one part of their gameplay so soon. Let me know down in the comments what you think though. What have been your experiences with the co-op mode in Wuthering Waves? What do you think about my bigger picture concerns with Wuthering Waves' flagship events? And what sort of co-op content or events would you like to see in Wuthering Waves? I'd personally be super down for a PvP Gulpuff racing event, or a top-down Bloons Tower Defense.
Yeah, this is the sort of stuff I'd like to see. This sort of like other genre attached to the game, you know, like little mini games, like almost like little mobile games within the game. I'm totally down for that sort of stuff.
Like game mode. I'd love to hear all of your thoughts though. Anyways, thanks so much for watching. Consider liking and subscribing, and I'll see you all in the next one.
This was a really high quality video. I'm gonna have to drop a subscription from somebody with such a small channel. And I'm surprised that didn't translate to more subscriptions from that video, because he's got like 30k views on that. That was an insanely well-made video for such a small channel, and he made some incredibly astute points as well. I can't really disagree with anything he said. Obviously, coming from a biased standpoint, it just plays these games solo, because when it comes to multiplayer stuff, I prefer to play different genres than gacha. Like gacha for me is like my little voice in solo mode that I want to play, you know, selfishly on my own. So that selfish part of me, I don't really care if they work and build out the co-op mode. Hey, it's all cool if they do. But I think even after all the things he spoke about in the video, I don't think it's even a pressing priority after that, personally. It might be a different thing for everybody else. But I think endgame content, you know, having the updates and the events and all that sort of stuff's cool. But I think building on the endgame content is way more important, in my opinion. Because I just think that's where these games really shine beyond the actual story. I just think, honestly, I really would like to see them work on that and build on that. Hopefully they will. And, you know, it's all good if they build on the co-op stuff as well. That's the only part I'd disagree with there, is I'd say for me, it's almost like a tertiary thing rather than a secondary thing after we get what we want in the game. But yeah, I can't disagree with majority of the things he said in that video. They need to get the stride on. They need to get these consistent, relatable, understandable, replicable, is that even a word, content update schedule kind of set, but that's going to take a while for us to get there. And, you know, events, cool events. This is what I was talking about, these small little events happening midway through patches as well, to bring people back and keep people playing, because we do have quite a bit to wait in between, and it can get a little bit boring in between, I suppose, for most people. So yeah, great video. This Wuthering Waves feature is being wasted. Great video, actually. Should definitely check out Goof, I want to say it's pronounced. But yeah, it was a good video, that was, actually. Really good video for such a small channel. Yo, chat. I am going to call it, though. It is 11:30, and I haven't even played any video games tonight. I'm telling you, I'm turning into Asmongold. I've stopped playing video games the last few streams. I've streamed for like 4 or 5 hours and played a game for about an hour. But I've appreciated you guys hanging out with me. I've had a blast. I could do with more story now that I've beaten the dream. Just feel like I've beaten the game and the shine has worn off a bit. Yeah, a story is definitely important, definitely. But yeah, thank you very much, everybody. I do appreciate you. I am going to go get some sleep. I've got to be up early in the morning. I'm going to try and squeeze out a stream tomorrow if I can in the daytime, but I've got physio at 3:30, so I don't know if I'll be able to. And then I'm going swimming with Rosie in the evening, so either we'll get a short stream in the daytime or a short stream in the evening, but I want to try and get on because of the banner and everything. So yeah, thank you, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, whatever time it is, and I'll see you all later, all right? Ciao now.